Good rising, my friends, and welcome back to Coffee Talk with me, Karen B. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you this fine Moonday morning. What's up? Let's see. There's a whole bunch of you here chatting. Hello, it's so good to see you. Where's my. Well, hold on. Where be my chat box? Why is it hidden? There we go. There we go. Redondo Rocket. It's Moonday and I got nowhere to go. That's because you're supposed to be here, dude. Just saying. Billingtano's here. Says you're in the right place. Aisling717. How you feeling this grand rising? Not too many creamsicles. I hope. Yo, coffee talkers. What's up, Tony Coriolis? Today is a water pig day. Hello, accidental alchemist. Still waking. What's up, Closet Steve? Earth first, space later. Jana. Genre user. Sounds fabulous. Thank you. I'm hoping we're good for now. What's up, Juan Torres? Peace, love, and grand rising. Good to see you. Liz the Iron Maiden. Almighty Antichrist. Well, hello. Good morning, Antichrist. Out of the closet, but working on the farmhouse. Have to drive to town for some supplies. We'll catch up when I get back. All right. Well, you have a good trip. There, Closet Steve. Clayton Jacobs. Hey, good to see you. Mark Shuri. Did I miss you? Good to see you too. Happy sunshiny day. Dude, it's so humid here today. It's incredibly humid. I'm just going to say. Like really bad humid. 82 feels like 88 with God, what was the dew point? I don't know what it was, but I woke up this morning and my freaking windows were all steamy on the outside, like there was condensation on the house. I couldn't see out my windows. Feels like 91. Actual 84 degrees. What's the dew point? Says 72%. The dew point is 74% right now. I feel like it feels like more than that. But it's warm. Very warm. Air quality is moderate. Yeah, we needed the rain though, but oh my goodness, it is so incredibly humid and warm here today. It's supposed to feel like 100 today in here in Colombia. Dude, yes. It's been like that here, like past couple days, I think. Sue Finelli, what's up? Yeah, windows are all wet and cloudy. Exactly. The actress Hayden Panettiere from the series Heroes was found dead in Greenville SC apartment. Yeah, I know. I just saw that this morning too, Jana. I was going to talk about that. I was going to bring that up. I didn't even realize that she was living here in SC, down here in Greenville. Yes, poor Hayden. She is a victim of the Hollywood perverts. Last footage of actress Hayden Panettiere that died at 36 in South Carolina 3 months after her bombshell exposure of the elite Hollywood slash music system. Did you notice her smile here was suspicious as if she knew it was about to happen to her? Well, I don't know. I mean, you can look at it like that anyway. Should elite Hollywood be held responsible for her boyfriend, Brian Hickerson? I don't even know who that is. Oh, it always has. They always have to put some stupid fucking music over everything. Excuse me, but I hate that, dude. I hate it. Everything doesn't need to have dramatic music. You guys are kind of cherry picking there, but it is sad though. Like she was found dead. I didn't. I saw she had traveled to SC from her home in Los Angeles the day before she died. What's up, Chi Chi? Hello, Geocentric Truth. What's up, Geocentric Truth? Can you read my comment up there? I'm sorry I missed it. Let me see. Oh, here we go. Wish you can express this somewhere along your show, but what happened to the FE core experiment debunking WGS84? What happened to the Dutch engineer? Oh my god, dude. FE core is no more. Okay, FE core is dead. And it perhaps was doomed from the beginning because the people running it, you know, including the Dutch engineer, were just not up. I don't know. I wasn't the one who put all that together. I just helped it happen. Like I was the secretary of it. I I helped it, come to fruition. I helped fill out the paperwork. I did all that stuff, but I wasn't in charge of any of the money stuff. And I was like, dude, I don't want to have that responsibility. Hindsight being 2020, I wish I had been in charge of it, or not in charge of it, but had had allowed myself to be confident enough to have a say in it, because leaving it up to those people was not the right idea. So I'll just say that. Um, Also, one of our best people who was in Hungary, the guy who actually lives in Hungary, which is the one who set up everything where we did the laser tests over Lake Balaton and all of that stuff. He Okay, not Turkey, Hungary. Hungary has very strict rules around cannabis. And our buddy was growing his own cannabis. Like, he wasn't a bad person. He was actually one of the smartest people in the group. You know, he is an inventor. He did a whole bunch of stuff like that. Shandor's a very intelligent man. But he made the mistake of, well, I don't know if he made a mistake. He was just growing cannabis, and I don't know if somebody snitched him out or told on him, or what happened. However, the authority found out, and he ended up having to go to a Hungarian prison for like 4 years. Now he's out, but he's not re-engaged because I think he came out and like his life was kind of messed up after that. So he was had I don't know the details, but I was never really that close with him. I did talk to him quite a bit, and I always liked him. He was a really cool dude, but apparently he's got issues after that whole fiasco. Um, and so anyway, and I'm not gonna go pursue anything with somebody like that. They have their life to get together. That's way more important than this shit. So, um, yeah, I don't know. It just fell apart. The Dutch engineer, dude, the fucking Dutch engineer. You guys are getting gossip now. The The Dutch Mike Kavanaugh, right? When we went over there, we did everything. Actually, when we went there for the Amsterdam Flat Earth Conference, then we had fun. It wasn't really so much fun at Lake Balaton. That was really definitely more like work. But we had fun. We went to the Flat Earth Conference over there, right? So anyway, uh, Mike Kavanaugh was working on a site doing something. It was some sort of construction thing, and dude, he literally had like almost all the bones in his body broken because something fell on him. Somebody sent me a picture. I didn't save the picture, but dude, his legs were mangled, his arms were mangled. Like I saw it. Well, I saw a picture of it, and this was now that has been a couple of years ago. Anyway, he said when he was in the hospital that he saw visions of Jesus and all this other stuff. Like I haven't talked to him, but he did have a bit of a drug problem that made everything kind of melt down. Robert Scott went back to the Philippine forest. He's like in the jungle somewhere, living in the Philippines, off grid. I don't know what he's doing, but he's down there in the Philippines. He's got a Filipino wife. He's just out there living that Filipino life, right? So that's where that guy is. He's one of the guys that was there. Of course, we lost Bob. Um, Dude, it just fell apart. It just fucking fell apart, dude. Anyway, also where the laser light bent upwards at in the inferior mirage. Yeah, yeah. So anyway, that's what happened. That's what happened. Effie Core. That Filipino life. That's right. What's up, Boston Ray? Going to the Flat Earth Farms big medicine gathering this year, September 3rd to the 7th. Flat Earth Farms. Is that Daryl Davis? What about Baldini? Turned out to be a creep. He was taking donations for other people to his PayPal and scraping off the top, apparently. He had a drug problem too. He had all kinds of weird stuff going on with him. There was this whole thing. There was this whole thing where he went to Ceiling Fan Man's house and was like putting naked pictures of himself. Allegedly, according to Ceiling Fan Man, that he was putting naked pictures of himself on the computer or looking at naked pictures, like something weird with himself and naked stuff. And I mean, if you've seen Baldini, it's not a small dude. It's not somebody that I think even like who somebody who likes to look at naked men would necessarily want to see naked. Uh, Talk to Daryl, RSVP. Yeah. As always, say 2016 to 2022 are the best years with Rob and Bob. Geo World, you're not wrong. You are not wrong. We lost two of the best, two of the brightest, two of our biggest fighters, uh, our most intelligent, our most well spoken. I absolutely agree. I agree. And then where things went after that just kind of fell apart. The whole stupid TFE, the final excrement, as I like to say. It's just everything. You can't what were they saying? You can't debunk flat Earth. It's not debunked. They never debunked flat Earth, but they certainly put a sledgehammer to the online community that it had been built around it. That's for sure. That and a few other things had, you know, maybe psychological targeting with 5G Havana syndrome. I don't know. Health issues or chemical issues. Who are you talking about? Oh, Baldini. Ugh. I don't know, dude. I don't know. When people, I'll just say this. I don't really have a lot of tolerance for people who seem to be doing shady shit. I don't want any of that stuff around me, as you can see, which is why I'm basically like have become a loner in and around myself. There's only, a lot of the big accounts have blocked me or don't talk to me. Um, and I'm okay with that. I am what I am, and that's all that I am. And I'm not going to apologize. They had tried to censor the Effie Core experiment so much around 21, 23. Yeah. Some people change, some don't. That's right, Thunder Chicken. What's up, Thunder Chicken? It's good to see you. That's right. That's right. Popeye. Yep. I like Popeye. By the way, today's my mom's birthday, so excuse me while I anyway, yeah. Happy birthday, Karen's mom. Yes, Billingtano. One bad trip, you could be gone. Baldini and Rose show. Oh, the poppycock. Yeah, Rose doesn't really talk to Baldini anymore. As well, at least she didn't, as far as I know. I do not know. I cannot confirm anymore. But I know she started doing some poppycock episodes with Wayne McCroy, who's a really good dude. The guy who does the Alchemical Beacon. Um, he's a good dude. I get a 10-minute break at work to chat now. Hard to chat and work most of the time. Yeah, I hear you. Same for Ted. Ted only comes in here on chat when he's on a break. What's up, Tommy? Tell the truth. Congrats, Tommy, on getting to be the guardian of your grandson. Happy for you. Alchemical Tech, yes. Alchemical Tech Revolution. But then he also does, he has I think a Substack is the Alchemical Beacon or something he calls it. Lots of things were a lot of fun, but things change. Yes, that's true, Liz. There's an ebb and a flow. It's one of the seven hermetic principles. There's an ebb and a flow. So while we had like a big up, I think we're on the low, but then we could also have another big up again. These days, there are so many idiots with conspiracy theories. Everything is a conspiracy to them. I'm not going to any meetups. They're planning a flat Earth meetup in Israel soon, and I'm not going. Really? Who's doing a flat Earth meetup in Israel? Started school today, right on. Reckless Ben just released a vid on school similar to one Rose was in. We have been talking about it on school. Life moves in cycles. Expansion and contraction are unavoidable, right? It's true. Which school? I don't remember what kind of school Rose was in. Like a boarding school where you go live there? Was she at a board? I don't remember. Honestly, don't remember. Provo? Is he still doing the bricks thing? The bricks and minifigs? Whatever thing? Is that still going on or did that get solved? I don't know. Thank you for the expression. I've watched the video a couple times. It was the best. Dude, it was pretty good. They did a good job. And you know that PDF? There's also that PDF. I don't know if you have it. There's a 120 page PDF of all the measurements, all the data for everything. I think there's like 7 measurements in there, including Lake Esil, where they go. They do another one in the lever. We did the one in Balaton first, and then like a year or two later, they did one in the Netherlands over Lake Esil. Is that the name of it? Lake Esil, something like that. And they did more measurements. So there's actually two. There's 2 measurements, or 2 separate areas where they did measurements, and then there's a 120 page PDF. Here, I'll put the link to the PDF. I'll put the link. I have it on a Google Drive so I can share it. Here we go. Let's see. Copy link. Here we go. If you click this link, you'll be able to download the PDF. Okay? There you go. Boom. Boom. Kelsey's was in Mexico. Her parents sent her to the rich school for wayward kids. They abused the hell out of them for money. Oh, Jesus. The best people here who know how to speak and explain things are involved in politics, wars, and all that bullshit. Oh. A few people who are leading the movement, but they're not as good as you Native Americans. We have people who know how to talk about and explain the subject much better than we Israelis do. Oh, okay. Not at all. It's not promoted in the video that I can find. Okay, well there you go. I have it. Yes, it is a big. It's a big file, but like I said, it's got all the data. It's got pictures. So, oh, thank you for the super chat, Geocentric Truth. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Yeah, man. I try to save. I have gigs and gigs and gigs of stuff. You know what I'm saying? Gigs and gigs upon gigs. Actually, what I should do is take time to go through all of the stuff I have, and I could probably make videos just off of all the stuff I have on hard drives. Well, I think they tried to not make it too big, but but it does have all the data in it. Everything. And Sandor is the one who put that together. That's what I'm saying. Like he was the bomb. He was like the him, and then Zach, and Mike was good too, but he was just crazy. He was just crazy. And then he had that terrible accident. I would have to do. There's so much stuff on that. So much. Anyway, those were the good old days, man, when we were actually doing stuff. Where are you in Israel, Geo? I have really good memories from my trips there. I used to travel there for work. Everyone seemed perfect on camera, though. Well, we're not going to put out all the crap. We're not going to air the dirty laundry when we're trying to do like a serious presentation of how the Earth is not a ball. We want to be taken seriously, which is why it was very, it was all about the data, man. All about the data and the observations and, repeating it. So it's how things should be. It's how things should have been. It's how that should be now, if you ask me. Um, you know? But it's like, yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy to think about all the things that have happened over the past 10, 11 years now. How do flat earthers explain a solar eclipse? The same way they do, except I don't give the BS story about the sun being 400 times larger and 400 times further than the moon and appearing to be the same size as the moon. It's more like they both are the same size and similar, and when their paths intersect from the viewer's perspective on the ground, because let's just say that there's probably multiple times when this happens that we just don't see it, that the moon comes and covers up the sun for a minute, and that's it. Close to Lebanon, oh my goodness. Although I know a lot of flat earthers on X and stuff, they like to say that there is no they like to say that you can't see the moon, so the moon has nothing to do with the eclipse, but I just don't know about that. I just don't necessarily agree with that, because look, bro, you don't even know what the moon is. You don't know how it works. You don't know its properties. You don't know shiznit, right? And for all intents and purposes, when with as far as like the paths go and the alignment, it works out that that's where the moon is supposed to be. The new moon is next to the sun or the moon is next to the sun during the new moon phase, which means the illuminated side is not facing us at all whatsoever. So it just, we don't see it. But you got to think about, there's different properties of light that could be going on here that I don't think most people don't take into consideration when they spew their babble about the moon is not involved. They don't know about, they obviously aren't doing anything to learn about the properties of light and the physics that happen here on Earth that actually do work to explain what could be going on here. I mean, it's not impossible. It's not impossible. They just don't know, so they go, "Oh, it's not the moon." Well, what the fuck is it then, smartass? What is it? If it's not the moon, what is it? Anyway, the moon is just a helium balloon. They've always been shooting at us. We grew up in a hostile environment. It was the same during the last war. It's nothing new. I know it's showing that Lebanon's getting blown TF up right now, just like they did to Gaza, you know? Overexposure period, and the eclipse on the FE has the sun above it. How would the sun's light the bottom side of the moon if the top side is blocking the light? Hmm. I'm not sure if I understand. Let me think about that. Let me read that again. If the eclipse on the FE has the sun above it, how would the sun's light the bottom side of the moon if the top side is blocking the light? It doesn't light the bottom. What do you mean it doesn't light the bottom of the moon, though, right? That's the whole point. That's why you wouldn't see it. Overexposure, is that why you, or are you agreeing with me saying that's why you can't see it because the sun is so bright? It's so bright you can't even see it. I mean, the moon. It makes it really like, especially when the moon is in a very like 1 or 2%. I mean, incredibly hard to see that even when because it's still so close to the sun. Okay, I gotcha. Dude, it's really sad what's going on over there. Like for everybody, all the way around, all the destruction. It's just so much destruction. It's sad, you know? So much freaking destruction, and there just doesn't need to be that much destruction. Like, it's just so unnecessary, you know? It's kind of, that's what gets me about all that stuff, you know? So, anyway, how do flat earthers explain a solar eclipse? Believers in the utterly disproven theory of flat earth are claiming that the upcoming total solar eclipse helps explain their ideas. Here's what they say and why it's wrong. Oh, they're saying it helps explain? Ridiculous and disproven theory that the Earth is flat. Blah blah blah. Okay, let's just skip to the meat of the thing here. How do flat earthers explain a total solar eclipse? Flat earthers, as the name suggests, believe that we live on a disk. No, dude. Why do they always, dude? They always misrepresent. Who is talking to these people? Seriously, who is talking to these people? Anybody? I'm thinking nobody. They're just making shit up. Like, don't even bother to really talk to anybody who actually knows what's up. Can we all just hit a bong and get along? Right, Billingtono? I'm down with that. I am down with that, my friend. Oh, there goes the cat. Lebanon is 10 kilometers from my home. Oh, damn. Damn. Nothing in the news about Lebanon now? Well, that's interesting that you're not seeing anything about Lebanon because what I see on X is that it's getting blowed up. It's getting blown up. What's up, Love Bunny? Yeah, they just do a quick search in Google. The center of the hockey puck like Earth is the North Pole, and at the edge is a giant ice wall. Rising up from the ice wall is a glass dome. Glass dome? Called the firmament, inside of which the sun, moon, and stars move while Earth remains stationary. The 2024 MIC spoke with a handful of proponents of the flat Earth theory. They shared why a solar eclipse gives irrefutable proof that the Earth is not a sphere. One of the arguments that the solar eclipse gives to prove the Earth is flat is that the moon's shadow moves across the Earth's surface from west to east. That is the opposite direction that our closest heavenly neighbor and our star move through the sky, which proves that it is the sun that is moving and not the Earth rotating. That the sun's move shadow moves across the surface from west to east. That is the opposite direction. Secondly, the size of the shadow cast. I don't disagree with this. I don't disagree with that. Secondly, the size of the shadow cast backs up the idea that the Earth is flat in another way. The theory goes that it is too small to be explained by a spherical planet. That homemade experiments show that shadows will always be as big or bigger as the object which is creating it. The shadow, yeah. Yeah, I don't disagree with that either. Additionally, the flat Earth and the moon, according to some flat Earth theories, are the same size. So some argue that were the Earth a sphere and it was orbiting the sun, the shadow cast would cover the entire planet. I mean, you would think. I don't disagree with any of those points. So let's see if what they say to debunk it. Unfortunately, none of these arguments take into the mechanics of how Earth, Sun, and Moon interact with their celestial dance. Well, you mean it doesn't take into consideration the ball Earth because it's not a freaking ball? Nor are the tools used to conduct experiments at homes appropriate for getting the right conditions. What, you mean like using the actual sunlight to see what sunlight does? Oh, fuck. Dude, I. It's so tiring. I'm just so tired, boss. Tired. According to NASA, the Earth rotates at roughly 1,670 kilometers per hour at the equator, but the Moon is going over twice as fast in its orbit, trucking along at about 3,400 kilometers per hour. So even though the Moon is moving in the same direction as the Earth rotates, its shadow will move across the surface much faster than the sun in the sky. Of course. But they have not proven the motion of either of the Earth, so it could just be the sun moving, which it is. Or just the moon moving, I mean. The sun and the moon. As for the size of the shadow, homemade experiments are generally carried out with a concentrated light source like a flashlight or lamp. What? That project a concentrated beam that is unlike the sun, which emits light in all directions. It doesn't matter if it emits light in all directions. You're not a... Oy vey. Nor do they take in the relative size of the two bodies and the distance between them in space, right? Because you don't... Oh my god. However, with the correct setup, those that want to recreate a solar eclipse effect on an orb can now do so. What are you doing, cat? Hey. Hey! Kitty, kitty, kitty. Whatever. That's it. That's it. Lame. They didn't debunk any of those points, by the way. Buttloads of scars, too. Man, we all got scars, don't we? You ain't living if you ain't got scars. You ain't living if you ain't got scars. Am I right? Isn't there a tattoo parlor near you, Cammy? We could go get you one. Yes, Liz, and no, just no. Digital dollars coming soon. Don't we already have digital dollars, though? Isn't that already a thing? Karen, can you please explain why Foucault pendulum is a garbage experiment regarding Earth's rotation? Some douchebag threw that one me and I didn't have an answer. Well, first of all, if you go look up companies like who install these pendulums, they're not just they don't just they have to start them with a magnet. They have to start them electronically and they start them with a magnet. And it's not just a free running pendulum. And if Foucault pendulum was just going basically only off of Earth's rotation, then literally everything anywhere that was hanging from a cord or a chain or a string or literally anything, like, you know how you go to construction sites and they have those wrecking balls. Yeah, like those would all be swinging around all the time. Like as soon as the guy gets off the thing, turns it off, gets off, and goes home, he come back in the morning. That thing should be swinging back and forth because Earth is rotating. And that's it. It's literally that simple. So there's this. Let me see if I could try to find it. Wait, no, I didn't mean to do that. Come on. I can't see around this thing to type. Foucault pendulum for sale. I wish I could remember that. Academy pendulums. Here we go. Here we go. Academy pendulum kits include a 235-pound, 15-inch polished brass ball with sculptured end caps, a 1/8-inch cable to suspend the ball, and here, right here, this debunks it right here. A magnetic drive system is used to keep the ball swinging continuously. The magnet is located near the suspension point at the top of the cable. And I know they try to tell you, oh, well, it slowly switches like this, but there's no way they have never proven that that's because of Earth's motion. Foucault's need a push, yeah. They are calibrated to match up, and then they call it proof. Better yet, we buy the lie, yeah. Quantum entanglement internet? Oh my god, that's such a load of horse shit. The pendulum at Griffith Park has a motor to drive its motion. Exactly. I mean, once you have something driving it, you can't say that it's because of Earth's motion. It's moving because you have a magnetic drive system. You know? Cat, what are you doing? Why does it need a drive system if the Earth is spinning? Exactly. The pendulum at Griffith Park has a motor to drive its motion. Yep. Quantum internet leaves the lab with first real world entanglement over busy telecom fiber. Remember the Antarctica pendulum experiment that had to be done 4 times to match the data? No, but that's funny. Yeah, Foxy Kitty's on the prowl. She's getting into shit. Kitty cat. She a little troublemaker, that one. What are you doing? Where even are you? Oh, there you are. What are you doing? Come here, kitty, 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 kitty. Want to come say hi? Come here. Come say hi. No? I mean, quantum means you can't see it, right? I don't know how this is going to be proof of anything, but let's see. I have to read it, though. Foxy, let's try and get her to come over here. She's kind of wild these days. She runs around like a little psychopath. Because she's basically the house cat. Because the other cat, Luna, the black one, tries to attack her literally every time she sees her. There she goes. She just ran across the floor. So. Ututu Oma, Miss Carenby. Hello, Edwin. They had to hang the string higher and higher in order to match the data. They don't claim it's swinging back and forth because of Earth's alleged motion. It's the orientation changing that's claimed to be. Yes, I know, Dr. Bass Ackwards. I said that too. But still, it doesn't change the fact that it's not. It doesn't make sense because it's because of Earth's motion. Like, why doesn't that happen? Quantum is only in a position when you see it. 5G brain attacks was recently exposed directly on mainstream media. Wow. I did not. Oh, wait. I might have. They were talking about Havana syndrome. Sheepdog, what's up? Hey, Southern Belle. Now he lives on the porch. Oh, no. And you don't know where they are? There's no way to be like, hey, your cat's over here and you want to come get it? I think I did see that. Quantum information is notoriously fragile. Internet traffic is anything but, yet Northwestern University scientists have demonstrated they can peacefully coexist inside the same fiber optic cable. In a new study, researchers successfully sent entangled photons through a 24.4 kilometer, 15.2 mile fiber optic cable connecting Evanston and downtown Chicago, while the same cable simultaneously carried high capacity internet traffic. Even amid the torrent of conventional data, the quantum signals remained remarkably intact, preserving the entanglement with more than 94% fidelity. Okay, what are they looking at that they're calling a photon is what I want to know. What are they looking at that they are calling a photon? What is it? Well, that's sad. To discrete minimum amount or unit of physical properties such as energy or angular momentum that the system can possess. I don't know what you're saying, Edwin, and I'm not gonna attempt to say that. That's about there. I'm a little out of my depth on that one. Particle that doesn't weigh much, a light particle, right? By allowing fragile quantum signals and powerful classical data streams to share the same optical fiber, the work demonstrates a practical path toward building future quantum networks without requiring entirely new communications infrastructure. The study was published on Monday in the journal blah 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 optical quantum, and it remarks the first demonstration of entanglement distribution between remote nodes over a fiber simultaneously carrying modern commercial telecommunications traffic. What did you say that this is supposed to prove? Earth's rotation? Yeah, bullshit. There's no way this proves whatever their nonsense is proving any sort of rotation. 20 million YouTube videos streaming simultaneously through a single fiber. Using an optical timing system called White Rabbit, they accomplished picosecond level synchronization. That precision allowed the team to identify matching pairs of entangled photons in real time despite heavy background traffic. Whatever. Next hurdle is teleportation. Well, that right there just tells me it's BS. Teleportation, my ass. We measured some light over here, and then we measured more light over here, and it matched 94%. So therefore, we know that our light is doing some special shit. Like, what? 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 This makes my head hurt. Listen, all I know is if we try to look for Earth curvature on the Earth, there isn't any. There isn't any. And I don't care what you do with your stupid little light shows. The Earth has no curvature, therefore it's not what you say it is. Space Science, aka Lion, says that they now measure the Earth's rotation with quantum entanglement internet. Yeah, whatever. Has some kind of fungal infection? Globies and their delusions by just reading one dumb article, yeah. The article doesn't talk about it though, that just explains BS new internet. Oh, okay. If you understand that light is a perturbation, not a photon, it makes perfect sense. Yeah, when they start saying they measured photons, it's like, what? Oh, I'm getting feedback. Oh my god, Tommy, why are you rage baiting me with these articles? Look at this stupid fucking picture. Look at this, dude. Why? Why? This is, and they laugh at flat earthers and then they believe this dumb shit. Look at this. Look at the picture they use. Their lump of shit earth. Poor kitty. What's up, NDB? He's all scabby and pulling his hair out in patches. Are you sure it's not mange? Because our cat, Morris, we have this cat, Morris, right? He's basically a feral cat that came from the woods, but Ted adopted him. We started getting cats showing up around the house, and so now we have 3, but Morris is pretty much a feral cat. He never comes in the house. He can't be held for more than like a couple of seconds, only by Ted. And anyway, he got mange. He got in a mange mite infestation and it made him all scabby and yucky. I don't know if that's what you guys are seeing. But what we did is we got some ivermectin, like Poron ivermectin. Like if you go to Tractor Supply, they sell ivermectin and it's in a tube and it's called Poron. It's basically for pouring on top of a cow if it has like a mite infestation or whatever it's got. But you do it by weight. So for a cat, it's really only like a dropper full. So, because Morris is like, I don't know, 10, 12 pounds. So we figured out that it was like, 0.5, whatever the thing, basically a dropper full, and dropped it right on his back of his shoulders. And we, because like remember when he took off for like 3 weeks and he came back and he was almost dead. So we started giving them topical ivermectin, which you can do. It'll go on their skin and get into their bodies and stuff that way. And it just he came back over time. We just kept giving it to him like once a week. Ted might remember better how many times we treated him. But yeah, and it killed the mites. He sloughed off all the scabs. He had thin hair for a while, but then it all grew back and it became thick again. And now he's got thick, soft fur again. But yeah, he was like all scabby and disgusting. My God, Tommy, please stop. It's implying that there's an up and down in space. Well, they say the universe is flat, though, Dr. Bass Ackwards. Remember, the universe is flat, but not the world, not Earth. What's up, Fast Eddie? Anyway, that's a ridiculous picture. A geodetic satellite. Orbiting the Earth at an altitude of approximately 5,900 kilometers, hundreds of retroflectors on its surface reflect laser light transmitted from ground stations. By measuring the transit time, satellite's position, and thus changes in its orbit can be determined with great precision. Whatever. Frame dragging. I just can't read all that gobbledygook. Gobbledygook. That's right. Sounds like gobbledygook. What's up, Flat Earth dude? Everything a giant psyop? Not, well. What's up, Raised by Gypsies? So what, they're going to put this ball in the sky and bounce lasers off of it and try to prove relativity? Confirmation of general relativity and new limits for alternative models. Ten times more accurate than previous tests in the solar system. The high precision not only provides further confirmation of Einstein's theory in the immediate vicinity of Earth, but also allows tighter constraints to be placed on alternative theories of gravity. Tighter constraints to be placed on alternative theories of gravity. These include models that predict the same effects as general relativity and many classical tests, but may differ specifically with regard to frame dragging. Some of these approaches have been discussed in connection with open questions in modern cosmology, such as the acceleration expansion of the universe, which is precisely why the new measurement is so relevant. It tests gravity in a regime where possible deviations from Einstein's theory could become particularly apparent. The K1 tide, this is the lunisolar Earth tide, the gravitational pull of the moon and the sun. Oh, Jesus. Gravitational pull of the moon and the sun slightly deforms the Earth's body and displaces masses of water. This alters the Earth's gravitational field, which in turn affects the orbits of satellites. So now, oh my God, the sun and the moon don't affect the orbit of satellites. It's the swishy water on Earth's surface because of the sun and the moon that affects the satellites. Like, what the fuck? What are they even saying? Sack dragging. Hey, why is there 16 days from the last new moon to the next full moon? I was looking last night and always thought it was 2 weeks, 14 days. Well, it varies. It depends because there's different lengths of the new moon. The moon phase varies just a little bit. Let's look at it. Want to look at it? Because this shit right here is hurting my head. I don't even care about it right now. Not gonna lie, dude. I don't care about their phony experiments. Okay. What was I gonna look at? Oh, the moon. Time and date. Moon phases. So, right here, duration 29 days, 18 hours, 9 minutes. And then at the shortest duration is, well, just happened 29 days and 6 hours. So that's like a half a day difference. That's like a 12-hour swing right there on the length of the moon phase. So, let's see. August 12th. New moon to full moon. August 12th to the 28th. That is partial lunar eclipse. So that's what, 16 days? And the duration is shorter. 29 days, 9 hours. What is it normally? So up here, well, let's see. The 18th, March 18th to April 1st. How many days is that? So let's see up here when it's longer. February 17th to March 3rd. That's 14 days. So if the phase is longer, then it's shorter. So if the duration of the moon is of the moon phase is longer, then it's shorter. The time between is shorter. Is that what we're seeing here? So and then August 12th to the 28th. 08 12 08 28 17 days. With a shorter phase. Let's see what it was here. June 14th to June 29th. So what is that? That's like 15 days. Oh, thank you, Cammy, for the super chat. Appreciate you. Hey, Ginger Sugar Bush. Well, NDB, it varies. It's not, it like you can see right here, the duration of the moon phase changes right here, right? So the shortest is 29 days, 6 hours, and 50 minutes. And then the longest, 29 days, 19 hours, and 32 minutes. So that's over 13 hours change in the length of the duration of the moon phase. So that's how it always is. It's 2 weeks is an average. In order to make the pendulum change direction, apparently due to Earth spinning beneath it, would require the pendulum hanging independent from Earth, not from contraptions attached to Earth. We are in an eclipse portal. Yes, I saw your eclipse portal. Want to look at your eclipse portal post that you sent me, NDB? I was looking at that. Do you have $1.99 locked in? I don't know. I don't know, to be honest with you. Well, no, because Geocentric Truth super chatted $10. So I don't know. I don't know. Maybe because you're on mobile. I know that sometimes, like when I go to, like I'll be watching something on my phone, and I'll want to like gift memberships, and it won't let me gift memberships. Like I was watching one of Crumb's streams, and I was like gonna gift memberships, and it wouldn't let me do it. Like it didn't even give me the option. So I don't know. And that's why Moonday doesn't always stay lined up with the phases. That's exactly right. And that is why the moon phase has nothing to do with women's periods. I don't know if I've talked about that before, but I don't think that sometimes you can get your period when it is a full moon, and that kind of sucks. That sucks. And that is a thing, it happens, but it doesn't happen every full moon. It's not like, you know what I'm saying? Like if you have your period on one full moon, it's not like going to be like that forever. It's going to travel off of it a little bit every month. Follow these crumbs. My iPad would not let me. I don't know. No say. No say. My period does what it wants, right? Super bitch when that happens. Yeah, so thank God it doesn't happen all the time. Could you imagine if all women everywhere all got their periods on the full moon? Holy shit. You think the full moon crazy shit happens on the full moon now? Without that happening? Yeah, forget it. Ralphie, I'm in danger meme. Yeah. So anyway, let's see. Let's see. NDB sent me this post. You are 4 days into the most concentrated window of transformation the sky has offered since 2019. And the reason everything feels like it's falling apart isn't because something has gone wrong. It's because the eclipse portal is open. Okay, whatever. What is this? The Tate. The Theta Temple? Oh, okay. Oh, whoops. On August 12th, a total solar eclipse in Leo, the first in that sign in 7 years, ripped a seam in whatever identity you'd been performing. It landed on the south node. That's not a fresh start, that's a forced release. The universe didn't ask what you were ready to let go of, it chose for you. Now you're sitting in the corridor. The 2-week window between that solar eclipse and the lunar eclipse arriving on August 28th is what astrologers call the eclipse portal, the most evolutionary, pressurized stretch of the entire year. One door slammed, the next hasn't opened yet, and you're standing in the hallway wondering why nothing makes sense. This is the window where old relationships suddenly end without warning, where job offers appear out of nowhere, where the thing you were clinging to gets pulled from your hands before you'd finish deciding whether to drop it. Eclipse portals don't negotiate. They accelerate whatever was already shifting beneath the surface and bring it into the room whether you invited it or not. Well, that sounds quite ominous. Jana says my second child was born on a full moon and the maternity ward was absolutely wild. The solar eclipse was fire, Leo, identity, pride, who you've been pretending to be versus who you actually are. The lunar eclipse on the 28th will be water, Pisces, surrender, the emotional residue of everything you've been carrying that was never yours to hold. One burned the mask, the other will dissolve what was underneath it. And here's what most people won't tell you about eclipse portals. They're not asking you to do anything. They're asking you to stop. Stop forcing. Stop controlling the narrative. Stop trying to make sense of the chaos with the same mind that built the structure. The cosmos is currently dismantling. Well, if your life feels like it's rearranging itself without your permission right now, it is. That's not a breakdown. That's the portal doing exactly what it was designed to do. The version of you that walks out on the other side of August 28th will not be the same, and one who walked in on that August 12th, and the less you resist that, the less it has to hurt. Okay. Comment 1212. What's comment 1212? A portal does not ask what you are ready to release. It removes it anyway, whether that is a relationship, a role, or a version of yourself that you were still performing out of habit. That is what this corridor between the two eclipses has been doing since the 12th, and it does not finish until the 28th. What matters now is not resisting what is falling away. It is understanding exactly what it is clearing space for. There is a personalized reading decoded around the number 1212, showing you precisely what quantum leap this corridor is preparing you to walk into. Comment 1212 and I'll DM you the link to. Oh, of course, it's a phishing for engagement. 1212 is also 33. Is it 1111? Oh, I was reading that during 1111. Reading about 1212 at 1111. Hey, there's Ted. Ted's on break. Void Shaper says nonsense. Southern Belle. Well, all three of mine were born on full moons, with my second one there were 11 women birthing in the small town of Opelika, Alabama. Opelika, Alabama? Opelika? Overcrowded with mothers in labor. Apparently 38 babies were born on that night, and the usual number is 12 at the most. Dang, man. That's a lot of babies. Why do solar eclipses create those fractal shadows? Has anyone in here tried to recreate that effect? There was a light. I saw somebody showing some type of light that was creating weird shadows. I wish I could remember. I should have bookmarked it. But yeah, that's a trip. That right there is a trip. That right there should be telling people that we do not know what the F the sun and the moon are, that it's doing stuff like that. First pronunciation was correct? Okay. Born under a full moon. I don't think I was born. What was I? Was I born under a full moon? I was not. I was not. My moon is Aquarius. Um, what do you guys think about that? What about let's look up what Aaron says about Aaron always does cool videos about the eclipse. And unfortunately, I don't think I took the time to watch the one she probably made about Aaron. Total solar eclipse in Leo.
Hi,
I gotta find my window with the phone thing. Thank you for calling Coffee Talk. You're on with Karen B.
Morning, Karen. It's Ginger.
What's up, Ginger? How's it going?
Yeah, doing all right, thank you. And yourself?
I'm doing good, doing well.
Good to hear. Um, I called in sick to work today, but I had a nap and I just got up. So you're talking about the moon?
Mm-hmm.
Have you heard that we've adopted a new baby moon?
No. What?
This is coming from my girlfriend. She's the one telling me that we're gonna have a new baby moon in our orbit for the next year or two. Yeah, I haven't heard anything about it personally, but she's not one to make up a lie. So, yeah,
Okay.
I don't know. It seems like complete bullshit. Um, During one of our eclipses, I had taped a. Actually, no, that would have been a second sun, so never mind. That's apples and oranges. But I did get a. I taped a solar filter to the my camera, and I could see a different sun right beside it. It wasn't a lens flare because it was moving right in synchronicity with the sun. But yeah, so apparently a second moon
A second moon, huh?
now has somehow drifted into our orbit.
I
uh,
think I did hear something about a second moon. How long's that been going on for? Is this something that has, it's like been around for a minute, right? Let me
it's
see.
fairly recent from my understanding, but yeah,
Oh, here we go. NASA
unfortunately,
says Earth has a second moon for the next 58 years.
58. That's longer than I thought it was going to be.
Well, this is from 9 months ago. NASA confirmed that Earth has gained a temporary cosmic companion in the form of asteroid 2025 PN7, which will orbit our planet for the next 58 years. That's what it says. Quasi moon.
Quasimodo.
Yeah.
But yeah, so just because you were talking about the moon, I was like, I just heard this crazy, stupid, bullshit fact. So
Yeah?
wanted to share. Oh, unfortunately, I had to murder a Bigfoot in my video game,
What video game?
Fallout 76.
Oh yeah? They had a Bigfoot
Yeah,
and you murdered it?
um, kind of had to. If
Is it
you
like
didn't murder it,
part of the, was it like the mission?
yeah, the end of the quest, they bring in a big baddie, and they put Bigfoot under the bus.
Hmm.
So yeah, so I'm sorry about that, but it happened.
Well, at least it was just a video game, so.
Yeah, of course. I want to give one a big hug if I ever meet one in the wild. But I'll let you get back to it. Lovely talking to you, and look forward to the next time.
All right. Thanks. You too.
Bye.
Bye. Did you hear that, you guys? When he called, it was ringing and everything. For the longest, my phone wasn't even ringing like that. Nazar lies. What about the second sun? Wouldn't that explain the Antarctica trip, etc.? I mean, it could have something to do with it. I actually already kind of think that there's more than one visual manifestation of the sun. Listen, we don't know how the sky works. We don't know what's making the lights in the sky. We don't know what makes them. We don't know how that thing works up there. You know what I'm saying? They like to claim they do, and they make up all their cool stories, their gobbledygook, super techno babble stories about why they. But the firmament showeth the Creator's handiwork. You know what I'm saying? So, in my opinion, what makes sense to me after thinking about it, and them, going and verifying, seeing a 24-hour sun over the south of South America, not the south of Australia, not the south of Africa, but one of them, the south of Australia, or south of South America, excuse me, does in fact have a 24-hour sun. Well, that just means that there could be more than one physical manifestation, because the earth doesn't curve. The earth is not a ball like we have established. This is a well-established, observable fact, right? So, what makes sense then, with people seeing what they see in the sky and how navigation works, it would stand to reason that it is entirely possible that there could be more than one visual manifestation of the sun in the sky. All of these suns, by the way, could be derived from the same source, probably most likely are derived from the same source. And they are set up and observed in such a way that it keeps you here in the plane, on this plane, not going out to Antarctica, because on top of the suns manifesting in such a way where it has the north in the center, and also the most livable areas in the earth do follow the equator, the path of the sun. Okay, so then Antarctica is also made completely inhabitable. Like it's a horrible, awful, uninhabitable place to be. Like when they went down there, they had to bring so much crap. Ask them. It was like just a whole ordeal just to bring all their stuff down there just to sustain life in this place where really you shouldn't be living because it's not set up for a comfortable human habitat, right? So it's like a invisible fence almost, sorta. That seems like that it is very it's got the illusion of of that could be perceived as living on a ball, except for the fact that there's no curvature. You have to ignore that. Back from town. Hey, what's up, Closet Steve? Welcome back. Fallout 76 has some crazy lore in it, like Mothman and other cryptids. That's kind of cool. I don't really like that it makes you kill Bigfoot, but whatever. They want you to think that Bigfoot's a big scary monster, and probably people should continue to think that. Did you see that Bigfoot that goofy guy found earlier this year? It was the West, I think. In the West. You talking about Peter Kane? Peter Kane is a hoaxer. He's like a comedian. I think he crafts these fake Bigfoot body parts and then he makes videos saying that he found Bigfoot. It's freaking hilarious. Hmm. Tommy, I love you. Then he says, I didn't type I love you. What? Actually, if you think about speaking of the second sun and the how the sun works, that one article that you linked, Tommy, that we looked at kind of had a graphic that's similar to what I think is going on. This post right here. So like see how there's 3 points here? And then it has right here is just showing you what it looks like locally in this direction, right? But what if there's this sun and then this is a sun and this is a sun and this is a sun and this is actually really happening all at once? And you know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? So like how these are just little markers telling you where, you know what I'm saying? What if there really is a sun that manifests over here and one that manifests over here and one that manifests over here, right? All matching the same motion of this being the main sun right here that is actually over the equator, right? And so these are being manifested at the same time. And then it would just be sort of polarized in such a way. So like if you're north of the equator, you're seeing this sun. And if you go south of the equator, you're seeing this version of it. Right? So just because of the way the sky would be polarized or set up to make light visible in such a way that that's just what you see. Does that make sense? That's kind of what I think is actually happening. Don't say anything interesting. I have to run to the shop. Okay, Liz. Looks like the recent crop circle miraculous angel wings appear in the crop circle while people in it. Huh. Never go full Jaren. What are you guys saying about Jaren? How are you guys able to type Jaren in the chat? Did I thought I blocked his name and then I didn't unblock it. Maybe because you're a moderator. I don't know, that's weird. Anyway. So, what else were we talking about? Oh, there was something I watched on Instagram this morning that I actually wanted to share with you guys because I thought it was pretty interesting. Let's see. Does it have it? Thought I reposted. No? Oh, dude, here. There's how humid it was this morning. This is this morning, 8:45 a.m. The water's literally dripping down on the outside of my window. It's so humid. It's the air you can wear. That's what the meteorologist guy calls it here. Calls it the air you can wear. I don't know how to find... Here we go, saved. Here we go.
Good and bad are the same thing.
They are?
Yeah.
Explain.
This is...
What?
How do I restart it?
It's easier to
It's a definition. It's a man-made definition. Good and bad. And do you think there's in nature is there good and bad?
Probably not, because I don't know if there's intent.
And why is man not a part of nature as much as a tree?
This is Serge, the couple of dudes from System of a Down, talking right with this dude.
Do you think people are generally good or bad?
Do you think people are generally good or
are
bad?
The same thing.
They are?
Yeah.
Explain, please.
What?
It's easier to
it's a definition. It's a man-made definition. Good and bad. And do you think there's in nature is there good and bad?
Probably not, because I don't know if there's intent.
And why is man not a part of nature as much as a tree?
Is it because maybe people are more sentient or more self-aware? I don't know.
I don't know. You know, I don't know if a tree is less self-aware than I am or more self-aware. You know, I think we've created all this. We've created this mess for ourselves: the good, the bad, and the ugly.
Is it a mess?
Oh, look around you.
Oh, look around you. This is 2001. This is 25 years ago. 25 years ago. Holy crap. That was Ted's... Oh, dude, that was Ted's steak, and it was raw. Where is Ted? I don't know how to navigate Instagram on the desktop. Here we go. This is Ted. Ted's steak. Raw. He likes to eat his steaks raw sometimes. Look at Ted likes to post about the cats. There's the cats. Here's Morris, the one that I was telling you guys about that he had mange. And now he looks like this again. He's a fat, happy orange cat. See, there we go. There you go. Ted put the picture in. That's when he came back. His tail looked all tattered. And he had scabs all over his whole body. Yeah, he had lost a bunch of weight. He went and hid in the woods and wouldn't come back to us until he was till he looked like this. And Ted had thought he died. He was gone for 3 weeks. And then he came back and then we nursed him back to health. We started putting ivermectin on him. And he looked like this. And like I said, he sloughed off all that stuff. All the scabs off his feet. Everywhere except for the very end of his tail. And then he ended up biting off the end of his tail. And now he has a stumpy tail. See, look. Yeah, he's got a stumpy tail because he bit off the last 3 or 4 inches of his tail because it had died or something from the mange. The mange was so bad that one piece of his tail wouldn't heal. And the cat bit it off. He literally bit it off. Isn't that crazy? And now he's got a stumpy tail, but his fur is back. Anyway, that's the story of Morris. Hey, what's up, Sirius B? Gregory a go-go. Recreated this dump? Yeah. Anyway, I thought that what they said, I'm going to continue playing this because I thought, I'm so all over the place. My attention span has been destroyed by the internet. I'm just going to say it right now. I admit it. I'm working on it. I need to fix it. But
Shit, Margaret.
Where the hell fucking is this, man? It's a mess.
Hey, the world's an ugly place right now on TV.
Huh?
The world's an ugly place on television right now.
It's not that the world
On
is
TV?
an ugly place.
Oh, yeah.
The world is what we make it. The world could be very beautiful. When I wake up and I open my window and I see an orange tree, I think it's beautiful. The world's a beautiful place. It doesn't have to be ugly. It's up to us.
But the things that happen and the things that people want to talk about and the things that affect us tend to be the things that aren't the orange tree.
That's too bad. I wish it was the orange tree.
Yeah. Can the mess be cleaned up? Realistically?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so. I think that if people really prioritize their life and their existence, if people really ask themselves why we're here and prioritize their life accordingly and saw the big picture, I think the world could be a better place. I think we could save ourselves from ecological disaster, which is going to be the worst one if we continue with our industrial, unawareness.
Why don't people care about that? It seems to make sense, don't dump oil on pigeons, makes sense. But no one seems to care.
Well, it's just life itself. It's the way the world has made everyone, society in general. There's really no explanation.
People during the Soviet, sorry to interrupt, bro.
No, interrupt because you're better at this kind of questions than I am. I was gonna say fuck chicks and do drugs.
And that was my next question. What do you do for fun?
People in the Soviet era used to be in breadlines a lot, right? Which made them less aware of political undercurrents and other things going on. And the world is kind of like that, is what I'm saying. That we're so busy sometimes with our own lives that it's hard to see the big picture, that it's almost impossible to see the big picture unless you kind of just run out of a corner somehow.
Maybe the Earth should have an expiry date. Maybe this should not
Maybe
be.
it does.
It looks like it does.
Well, according to the Maya.
Do you think people are generally...
maybe it does. Not gonna happen. I loved System of a Down too. Somebody told me that their drummer is flat earther, but I don't know. What's up, twat Charles McCunt Chuckle? Chucky? I've been saying Chuckle, and it's Chucky. Twat Charles Chucky. McCunchucky. Beautiful ginger cat. System of a Down got screwed because of when their first album came out. It came out a week before 9/11 and didn't speak the message. I remember that. Just got back from Jade City, close to the Yukon, and back to work for me. That's cool. That Jade City place looks so cool. I myself do not eat the steak raw. I grill it. I put it on the grill. That's how I like it. Or fry it a little bit too. Aaron Wage video too, yes. Do you think she'd mind if I play it? I love Aaron. I hope you're all subscribed to Aaron. Let me put a link to her channel. You guys should go subscribe to Aaron. If you haven't already. Jay-Z released Blueprint album on 9/11/2001. You know who else released an album on 9/11/2001? Why am I drawing I'm having a brain fart right now. Slayer. Slayer released an album on 9/11/2001 called God Hates Us All. Remember that? God Hates Us All. Released September 11th, 2001. Slayer, God Hates Us All. This one tripped me out. Like, I'm sure there was a lot of, there's a lot of stuff that was going on at that time, but this tripped me out. I was like, whoa, dude. The beach is excellent. Dude, the beach is the bomb. Ocracoke was the bomb. It's cool there. Very majestic. Cool. When it comes out, you should let us know when it's going to air. I'm interested to see that show. I remember that like it was yesterday. Yeah, I already remember that. Yeah, Erin's hella cool. I used to party with her older brother in high school. She was a cutie. Everyone was in love with her. Well, she's still a cutie. She's still a cutie, too, now. Look at her now. She's still cute.
Hey guys, Erin here. I am back with another moon update for you. And what I'm going to be talking about today is an extremely powerful new moon total solar eclipse we have coming up here on Wednesday, August 12th.
Does she talk about, has anybody watched this? Does she talk about there being like some sort of portal like between eclipses? Because it is kind of interesting that after this solar eclipse, there's a lunar eclipse. That doesn't always happen like that. It doesn't always happen like that. So, it's still a cutie. Yeah, see what I'm saying? Afro Man was crushed too. What happened to Afro Man on 9/11?
The new moon peaks at 10:36 a.m. Pacific time. However, the maximum strength of the eclipse is 10 minutes later at 10:46 a.m. Pacific time. And this is all coming through the sign of Leo, 20 degrees Leo. Now, I'm just going to say this right away. This eclipse is not visible throughout the vast majority of the United States. In fact, I'm actually going to just show you guys the map of where this is coming through.
Yeah, the U.S. doesn't get another eclipse for a long time.
Darkest part of the pink coming through here, that's where the totality
is.
Like obviously, Greenland's pretty lit up. Iceland, United Kingdom, well, it's partially visible in the United Kingdom. Spain it will definitely get the major totality. I find it very interesting that it just ends in Spain. Obviously, it's going to go through Portugal, France, all these things. But I think maybe some of you have heard about what's going on in Spain. And my goodness, it's like full blown infiltration. Very, very interesting that this eclipse is going right through Spain. In fact,
That's right. Spain had a big invasion or whatever, like a mass migration. They had like the United States when the border was open under Biden. There was like an incident like that with Spain that was going on, right? Hey, what's up, Rethink? Today, can you dig? I could go on and on about 9/11 events. It was crazy, the build up to where we are now. Bjork did yeah, I saw that. Bjork did a concert for the eclipse because Iceland right here, they had a partial of the eclipse, but yes, I saw that. That's where you wanted to be for the eclipse, in my opinion. You wanted to be at the Bjork Iceland eclipse concert. I love Bjork. I love Bjork. I know she's weird. That's why I love her. I've been a fan of Bjork for decades, many decades. She's crazy, and I love it. She's weird. She's very talented. Because, like, she was all into punk rock. That's where she came from. She came from the punk rock scene, the Icelandic punk rock scene, right? And then she was doing Sugar Cubes, like new wave type stuff. So, I was there. I was listening to that stuff. I freaking love Bjork. Love her. Mount Meru eclipse. Right? Bjork's awesome. Sheeta bomb. Thought that was an interesting path. Right after they won the World Cup. Yeah. I'm the Hunter, Human Behavior. Yeah, I loved that too. I loved those albums. I also really loved the Medulla album, where everything is all human voice sounds. The whole album is just human sounds. There's like no instruments. I thought that was pretty cool. That's one of my favorite albums. I get to watch the 8/12/45 eclipse from my backyard in Florida if I'm still alive. Nice. You got to still be living in the same place too, yeah? She went tits at the camp. Yes. Yeah, because she was in a airport with her baby, and then the paparazzi came around her and she went all psycho, like, get away from me and my baby. I totally sympathize. I totally sympathize with that. Anyway,
there's going to be another eclipse, total solar eclipse, that also goes through Spain. So a lot of activity there. Now, I'm pointing this out because...
Oh, did she just say that there was going to be another, that this isn't the only solar eclipse, that Spain's going to have another? Are they having crisscrossing solar eclipses like we did not so long ago?
I personally, and I know I've said this in many videos before, but in case you're new here, I really do not encourage people to go out and expose themselves, especially visually, to an eclipse. Okay. And there's many reasons for this. Before I knew what I know, I actually went out, and I'm not going to go into details because I've already told the story too many times, but I'll just say that in the 2017, what was it, the Great American Total Solar Eclipse, I went out and, was trying to do my magic and that sort of thing. And literally I was like in full exposure of the eclipse, and I had the most wild anxiety throughout the entire rest of the day. And I am not somebody who deals with anxiety. It's just not a thing. I worry a lot, but I don't get anxiety. It was terrible. And not only that, but I know a ton of people that are extremely healthy people. I'm talking like physically fit and also very spiritually healthy people that have gone out and, exposed themselves to an eclipse and, maybe watching it with the little special glasses and that sort of thing, and got really, really sick. One of them broke his arm. Another one got in a car accident. Okay. I also know plenty of people who've gone out and observed eclipses and nothing has happened to them and has been totally fine.
Yeah, that would be me. I was there for the Great American the August actually. I think that was today, 17th or 18th. I think today's the anniversary of it. Today or tomorrow, or is it 21st? What was the the 2017 eclipse. But it was in August, wasn't it? I'm pretty sure it was in August. I can't remember the exact day now. I'm having a brain fart. But yeah, nothing happened to me. I brought my children. My children witnessed the eclipse. And I also brought them to the 2024 eclipse. Ted's sister lives in Seymour, Idaho. I mean, not Idaho, Indiana. Seymour, Indiana. And we went there and stayed at her house, and we all watched the eclipse from her backyard. She was in the path totality. It was amazing. It was awesome. We had fun.
But really, all the books suggest, the good books, the books that are coming from the real traditional ancient wisdom, our ancestors did not go out and expose themselves to eclipses. A lot of them, the Hopi, would go hide in caves. A lot of people, they would cover if they could, cover their food, cover their water, that sort of thing. And there's a lot of reasons for this. It's basically when we have a solar eclipse, what happens is, obviously we're all constantly getting, energy from the sun. Okay. We're all receiving the cosmic rays from the sun. Well, at the moment, especially a total solar eclipse, that energy source is cut off, just obviously momentarily. But when the eclipse is over, then it's a surge of energy. And eclipses are due to the nodes, the lunar nodes, the north and south node. The lunar north nodes, that is Rahu and Ketu, the dragon's head and the dragon's tail. Okay, it's kind of, spiritually can be considered kind of dangerous to go out and mess with this sort of stuff. I also know a woman who really injured herself by taking a medicinal tincture at the moment of an eclipse. She was able to heal the issue that what happened, but she still very much regretted that. So that is and please do not feel like if you have a job where you got to be out there in the sun, or, you got to be outside at the moment of the eclipse. And again, even though it's not visible throughout the United States, because I know most of the people who are listening to me talk right now, no, certainly not all of them. I know they got some friends out there in Portugal, a lot in the UK and Canada, and this isn't really visible throughout vast majority of Canada either. But even where it's not visible, it's still, in my opinion, a good idea. What I do is I just come inside my house, like at least 20 minutes before the eclipse, up to 20 minutes after the eclipse. I just come to my house, I shut the blinds. Sometimes I'll get a little fancy and put my little black tourmaline crystals all over the windowsill and that sort of thing. But if you do have to be outside, you do have to be exposed to an eclipse, what I recommend, maybe putting a little protective gemstone or couple in your pocket or something like that. But also something that, obviously this is like hyper metaphysical, but it's a very interesting, I find it very interesting. When I was young, I don't know when this came to me. I just remember being young. And whenever I would feel scared, I would envision this gold and white, almost like a bubble, like surrounding me, a gold and white light around me. And sometimes I wonder, I'm like, because it reminds me of the Wizard of Oz, when Glinda, the good witch, comes in that gold and white bubble.
Oh, yeah.
And she just looks like this magical little creature. Sometimes I wonder if that's where it came from. I have no idea, but I still do it to this day. And what's very interesting is that, I don't know, maybe 4, 5, 6 years ago, I was at a really big astrology conference, NORWAC, and listening to my very favorite teacher give her lecture. And she was talking about how she learned from her teachers that if you feel like you could be in some kind of, whether if it's spiritual danger or whatever, even if it's real physical danger, envisioning a gold and white light around you. And I remember watching that lecture going, how did I know to do that? That's really weird. I literally just did this. I went on this really awesome road trip up in Northern California and found some.
She's probably really tuned in, because she's an astrologer, so she's super tuned in probably to all the energies that are floating around on this plane. You know what I'm saying? So I could see why she would be more sensitive to that eclipse energy than like somebody else would. And everybody's different. Everybody gets affected by things in different ways. And that's just another, just like some people, it's like when they would do, if you read about them doing the electricity demonstrations at the World Fairs, because that was basically like the thing of these World Fairs. It was them showcasing the latest and greatest technological, engineering achievements, anything that was, going on in the world at that time. That's why they would have these world fairs so that, these companies could showcase what they're doing, because there wasn't television, there wasn't, cable broadcasting everywhere. Like, people had to go and see things in person or read it in a newspaper. But of course, even in a newspaper with black and white pictures is not going to be a proper representation of your latest and greatest, your fancy lights, your whatever it is that you're doing at that time, right? So, but anyway, at these world fairs, they would have these electrical, demonstration tricks, like where they would have everybody sort of stand around in a circle and hold hands, and they would like do a little electrical charge, and everybody would feel it. But sometimes there'd be somebody who was in there who didn't carry the charge, who didn't, the charge wouldn't go through that person from their hand to the person on the other side, so it wouldn't complete the circle. It's like everybody's different. Everybody's got a different frequency, a different energy or whatever. Their field is different. They're made up somehow slightly different. So it's like, it just, goes to show like the variety of humans that are here and how different everyone is. And it's kind of cool, actually, because you don't want everybody to be the same. Sup, Sue Finelli? Crickets wake up during a solar eclipse. Yeah. They do it too. It happens here too. Like if it gets really, really cloudy and stormy, but it's not storming yet, like just super dark, it happens. You had good vibes when I first saw you on Killer Priest years ago. Oh my God. I barely got to even talk on that show. Can you dig it? If the degree of the eclipse hits a personal point, there's no hiding from those frequencies. Hey, what's up, Ali B? No one size fits all for healing. Exactly. It's true. This is like there's no one size fits all for like your diet. Because, some people can thrive on a vegan diet. I know that you're out there. Don't hate me, but I myself do not thrive on a vegan diet. I need that bioavailable animal protein. I need it. And I know there's people who are just fine without it. I'm not one of those people. Kudos to you if you are. I am not. It's just different strokes for different folks. That's a real thing. Also, so anyway, should we keep watching? I wanted her to talk about I need to get it to where she is, here, where she's got the stuff.
All right, so let's pull up the chart here. If you are new here, I work with geocentric Western astrology. With that said, what we're looking at is a snapshot of what we call the tropical zodiac at the time of this new moon solar eclipse.
She's over on the West Coast. She's on Pacific Standard Time.
With geocentric, that means we put Earth right here in the middle of this thing. These right here are the symbols for the planets and the celestial bodies. Like there's Mercury, there's Jupiter, there's the moon, there's the sun, there's the south node. When we go in the wheel just a little ways, these are the symbols for the zodiac signs that all those planets and celestial bodies will be beaming through onto Earth at the time of this new moon. Now, again, this is August 12th, 2026 at 10:36 a.m. Pacific time. And the maximum strength of the eclipse is at 10:46 a.m. Pacific time. You might want to see what time this is coming through in your own location. I always try to write my journal entry like a couple of hours leading up to the new moon. Sometimes I'll do it, the night before. But generally speaking, I'll do it a couple hours leading up to the new moon. And not only that, but I try to get myself indoors. I can't remember if I already said this or not. I try to get myself indoors like 20 minutes before the eclipse to 20 minutes after the eclipse. Okay, so this right here is a symbol for the sun. This right here is a symbol for the moon. Every single time we have a new moon, the sun and the moon are in the exact same spot. So this is coming through 20 degrees, 2 arc minutes Leo. Again, you're going to want to see where, when it comes to especially these lunar transits, I really have found greater consistency and accuracy working with the whole sign house system. But if you are working with EcoSign or Placidus, then you'd want to see where 20 degrees to arc minutes comes through. If you're working with whole sign, and if you're working with like an app or a website or whatever it is, the software that I'm using here is called Time Passages. You can get a free app of it on your phone. The software on a computer is a little more expensive. But if you just want to get an image of your natal chart, actually, you can get a lot of stuff for free from Time Passages on your phone. But there is, no matter what you're using, if you're using astro.com or what AstroSeek or whatever it is, there should be a way to change the preference settings to whole sign. Okay. And again, if this is going over your head, you don't know what the heck I'm talking about, don't worry about it. Just follow along as best as you can. Now, what makes every time we have a solar eclipse, we have to be having a new moon. Okay. The sun and the moon have to be in the exact same spot. But what makes
See, it's always like this. This is why I don't understand the flat earthers that say that the moon has nothing to do with the eclipse. Like, it makes perfect sense as it is over a flat earth. They're the same size. They're in the same spot in the sky. You know, you can watch it, going, I don't understand. It's actually, and the sun moves faster than the moon, so it's actually the sun going behind the moon rather than the moon. But whatever. I guess they're both still moving. But essentially, that's what's happening. But it makes sense. It makes sense, and you can kind of see these outer edge features on the moon if you're looking at it through a solar filtered lens. I mean, I made a video, like Billington said, I made a video about the August 2017 solar eclipse. I filmed it with the P900 with solar filter. I also filmed the last eclipse with the solar filter. I think it's the moon. I think it makes perfect sense that it's the moon that's blocking the sun. I know you don't see the moon, but you never see the moon on a new moon phase. You just don't. The sun's too bright. Like every blade of grass, we're all different. That's right. The biggest misconception is based off of blood type, your gut health, so many factors. Yeah. Hey, Musicians for Truth. Long time no see. I understand it's because no one has ever seen the actual moon near the sun. Right. Because you can't see the moon near the sun because it's too bright. The sun is so bright. So freaking bright. You can't see anything when it's next to the sun because the sun is brighter than everything. Think the sun filled itself up with the dark side? I mean, honestly, I can't prove it. But it just makes sense to me. To me, it's an acceptable explanation. That's all.
A solar eclipse unique from a new moon or your average new moon is this right here is the south node. Okay, it's about 9 degrees away from the sun and the moon. So it's like we'll have the sun and the moon right next to each other or in the same spot for a new moon, and either the south or the north node have to be fairly close to the sun and the moon and to the new moon. That's what makes this a solar eclipse. Okay, now this is going to be a lot to break down here, and it's just because there's like kind of some wacky things that are going on here, but it's also very fascinating. I want to start with this being Jupiter. Okay, Jupiter is in the sign of Leo all the way until I think it's the end of June, but it might be actually going into July of 2027. Basically a full year that Jupiter is going to be going through the sign of Leo. Okay, Jupiter is the expander. He makes things a bigger deal. Jupiter is the great benefic. He brings abundance. And the thing is I'm always concerned about saying that word abundance because I feel like it's happened too many times where I'll say to a client like, oh, you got abundance coming in. And immediately people think I'm talking about financial abundance or some sort of material abundance. Sometimes it could be that, especially if it's going through your second house, but certainly not always. It might be an abundance of wisdom. It might be an abundance of children coming through your fifth house, or it might be an abundance of art, or it just totally depends on where Jupiter it rules fat. Okay, Jupiter, and not just like fat on the body. Jupiter does rule fat in the body, but that's not. He rules olive oil, avocado oil, meat. A fat on a piece of meat, because
I
he's
like
the
Jupiter.
expander. Okay, so I mean, he's not super close to this new moon, solar eclipse, but still, he's there in that sign of Leo. He is making truly this solar eclipse a bigger deal. That's what he's doing. Okay. Now, when we come over here, we see.
I wonder if she does. I wish Aaron was here. You never see it approaching or leaving. Well, you can see it when it gets far enough away from the sun. You can see it when it's still super skinny. It's really, 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 really hard to see it in the sky, though, until it gets like, I don't know, 18 to 20 degrees away from the sun. Then you can start to see it easier. But really, it's hard. It's hard to see it. It miraculously invisible until it passes in front. Nah. Well, we also have an atmosphere, so it's not like there's no atmospheric effects going on there.
The south node. This is K2. This is the dragon's tail. This is the part where things go out. Okay, the south node, the nodes are almost always in retrograde. They're the only thing that go backwards through the chart, okay, because they move in retrograde more than they move forward. So this south node will be going through the sign of Leo for the next year and a half. So that said, again, wherever the sign of Leo is coming through your natal chart, recognize this south node, the drain point, the dragon's tail is trying to take something away from that area of your life. Maybe it is your house of career and there's something going on where you're going to retire, or you're just leaving that part of your career, or something happened with your career. Maybe it's coming through your house of relationships and it's time to leave some sort of a toxic relationship. It's just so unique to each and every one of us. But ultimately, if you look to see where that sign of Leo comes through your natal chart, you will see that something in the next year and a half will be taken away involving that theme of your life. Now, with that said, with this being a south node solar eclipse, this is also, even though it's about big abundance with Jupiter there, it's also about releasing something. Not necessarily, and this, I should make this very, very clear. For the most part, 99% of the time, the thing that's going to happen is not going to happen on the day of the eclipse. It's like 2 weeks. The way eclipses work is we'll have, say you have a solar eclipse first, 2 weeks later you have a lunar eclipse, or sometimes it could be the other way around. You could have a lunar eclipse, 2 weeks later you have a solar eclipse. Well, so that 2 week window, that's like the true eclipse season. A lot of things tend to happen in that window of time. About it. Like a war starting last February. But also it can be 2 weeks before the first eclipse or 2 weeks after the last eclipse. That's usually, and that's the most condensed time of the eclipse energy, but truly it can go on for like a whole year. So like 6 months before the eclipse is 6 months after the eclipse. Okay. So, but ultimately it's about releasing something, but also something like bigger and abundant coming in. Okay. So I hope that makes.
That's kind of what that post was saying that NDB sent me, that eclipse portal post was kind of saying that. Weird how the new moon doesn't get any light reflecting off the earth, but the earth doesn't emit light. I don't understand the nodes. The nodes are points where the paths of the sun and the moon intersect. Essentially, it's where their paths intersect. It's like, remember that graphic that Cammie and I put together? Let's see. This one. Right? So ascending node, descending node. This is essentially, these are also the Rahu, Ketu, the north node, the north node and the southern node. But it's where the paths intersect. Okay, and then at certain times we can see the effect of their paths intersecting from our perspective here on the plane Earth below. I don't know if that helps, but we're trying. Which eclipse videos? I think that strange type of eclipse kind of proves it's not the moon. What's it called again? The Selene-Leon eclipse? Oh, the Selene-Leon eclipse. MFT, did you know that I modeled a Selene-Leon eclipse in AutoCAD to scale? And it actually matched. The direction of the shadow matched. Everything lined up. The syzygy between the planets, between Earth and the sun and the moon as balls, all lined up and created the shadow as described in a Selene-Leon eclipse. However, mainstream tells you that you can see that eclipse because of refraction, but there's no refraction in AutoCAD, so go figure that. But they still have the sun and the apparent sun. I mean, there's all kinds of wonky shit when you're talking about the sky, dude. All kinds of wonky shit. Which eclipse videos are you looking for? I meant reflecting, but what's it going to be reflecting off of? I don't understand. See, I don't ever understand why the Earth would be bouncing light to anywhere. I never understood that. When you went to Indiana? Oh, you know what? 2024? Yeah, I don't think I ever made that eclipse video, to be honest with you. Off to work? All right, Sirius B, have a good day at work. Yeah, because, MFT, years ago when I was doing AutoCAD stuff, I did, because before Russian vids went full retard, he had that video about the Selene-Leon eclipse over New Mexico, and it had a date, and so I did everything. Zach was teaching me how to do AutoCAD, and I had the whole model built up. Even Shane and Alan asked me for copies of the files like a while ago, and I gave it to them, and they never got back to me and said, "Hey, your shit's dumb, it's wrong." And if I would assume that they would, if they'd have found some fault in my model where I modeled it, but they never got back to me and was like, "What is this bullshit, Karen?" So I assume that it was okay. And then also on that other note, in the FE Core group chat, because this is when FE Core was still a thing, was when I was modeling stuff in AutoCAD, okay? And in the FE Core group chat, there was another guy. There was a bunch of smarty pants YouTuber flat earther guys that aren't even really around or doing anything much anymore. But one of them was Rob Durham. And if you guys remember, Rob Durham was the guy who did a lot of this stuff with the gyroscopes, right? Okay, so I presented this, and they were like, somebody needs to. They were like, well, Karen, what does she know? Dumb broad, whatever. I don't think they really had much faith in me, which is fine. But they were like, somebody do it, right? And I was like, here. I gave them all the information, the timestamp of when I modeled it. The location, everything. And Rob Durham went and he recreated it, and he came up with the same thing that I did. It worked. So it was verified by another person in FE Core who everybody can think or say is smarter than me, probably is. Probably most of the people in that group were smarter than me, and they verified it. So I don't know, which is weird because then again, like I said, if you go and you read mainstream articles about those eclipses or those type of thing, whenever that happens, they tell you it's because of refraction. AutoCAD has no refraction. AutoCAD has no atmosphere. There's no adding atmosphere or refraction. It's all just straight up geometry and line of sight and precise measurements. So go figure that. It's weird. Hey, Reed. Refraction is constantly changing variable, so I don't know how they can predict solenously on. I don't know. It's like they tell you that you can see it because of refraction, but then I modeled it in AutoCAD when there was no atmosphere or refraction accounted for at all whatsoever, absolutely zero. So it makes me think that if it was what they said it is, that you would not see it because of refraction would make it so you don't see it. Or you would see it in a completely different time or place. But it's all BS anyway, so whatever. Frequently notes that the sun and the moon follow precise designated orbits and cannot outrun one another, emphasizing a structured, divinely ordered universe rather than random chaos. Right. Well, the moon moves a little bit slower than the sun.
Makes sense. Now, here and I got to bring this up as well. Jeez, there's so much to be said about this recording. This 20-degree mark of Leo is massively significant because, like, if you have something right at 20 degrees Leo in your natal chart, and we could just, make a bigger orb here, you could even go down to say like 13 degrees Leo up to say like 27 degrees Leo, but mostly if it's like right, maybe it's like 19 degrees and 54 minutes or something like that, or maybe 21 degrees Leo. If you have something really close to that 20-degree mark in Leo, this is, I say with a ton of confidence, especially if it's something prominent, your sun, your moon, your rising, your Mercury, whatever it is, your Jupiter, then something is going to occur in your life that between now and I'm going to go up to March of next year, because this eclipse is taking place at 20 degrees Leo. And then next February 2027, we're going to have the South Node and Jupiter exactly conjunct at 20 degrees Leo. It's just kind of astonishing that the solar eclipse is at 20 degrees Leo. And then finally, because I was just looking, I was like, when is the South Node going to meet up with Jupiter? Holy smokes, it's in February and it's exactly at 20 degrees Leo, the same point of the zodiac that the solar eclipse takes place. So that's also very fascinating. Okay, now, Mercury at 5 degrees Leo. This is another thing. This whole 5-degree mark of any zodiac sign is just getting so much energy. Mercury, let's start here. Mercury's our data processor. You listen to me talk. Mercury's taking information in through your afferent nerves, delivering it into your spinal cord, and then you want to go tell your friend about this information, and Mercury brings that file of information back out for you to communicate. Okay, he's the...
She like wits it, huh? She can talk pretty fast. You really got to pay attention. This is why I say the globe model is actually brilliantly conceived, but all the same, it's strictly a model of the sky. There's no curve or spin. Yes. I need to talk to an engineer. I've got an idea, but I'm not book smart. Would Polaris remain stationary from anywhere if it's visible? It's visible if Earth was a ball spinning? No, not the way they say it is. You don't have it on 1.5 speed? I don't believe so. Playback speed normal.
the messenger, but he's also has a very big influence on our thought process. Okay. And people are born with, most people, I shouldn't say all, certainly not all, because sometimes Saturn will get in the way or whatever. But a lot of people who have Mercury and Leo, they're big talkers, because Mercury, again, he's a talker. Okay. And Leo's a big energy. A lot of people will just blurt things out that they want, blah, blah, I got to say this. Okay. And generally speaking, it's, joyful communication. Certainly not always, but there is that. Okay. Now, if you have something at 5 degrees Leo in your natal chart, then you might be receiving like a heavier dose of mental function going on, because Mercury's sitting on that thing. It totally depends on what it is, but there's that. Okay, now let's go to Venus over here in her own home, the sign of Libra. Okay, Venus, the planet of love and harmony and beauty. Okay, she's this very charming energy coming through the sign of Libra. Okay, now, again, it certainly doesn't mean everybody's going to be feeling lovely and, all those sorts of things. It depends on how it's coming through your natal chart. If you got, say, Pluto at 5 degrees Libra, it might be a little bit different than whatever it is. But or if you got Libra coming through your 8th house, it might be different than, say, you got Libra coming through your 9th house or something like that. But ultimately, in the grand scheme of things, we love Venus and Libra.
I got Libra in my 9th house.
Libra is the sign of relationships. It's the sign of certainly not just romantic relationships. Sharing energy with another human. It's I balance is the motto for the sign of Libra. Okay, and it's generally like people who are born with Venus and Libra, a lot of times they're attractive, a lot of times they're very charming. So if you have something near 5 degrees Libra in your natal chart, especially like if it's your Venus or maybe your Mars or something like that, there might be something going on with relationships. There's a couple reasons I keep bringing up relationships, and I'll get a little further into that when we start talking about this grand trine. But ultimately, there might be something going on with some sort of interpersonal relationship. It may be good, but it also, depending on how it comes in your chart, might not be so good. But in the big picture, for the collective, we love this sextile going between Mercury in Leo down to Venus in Libra. That basically creates opportunity. Again, it's going to be unique for all of us, but for the big picture, for the collective, this could be really good for socializing. This could be really good for having that conversation. It's like a good, honestly, could be like a good lineup here. Maybe the evening of this eclipse, like a date or something like that, like date night or something like that. Okay, now.
Not an engineer, she's a gemologist, yeah. Tartaria. A flat earth zine. That's cool. There was a flat earth magazine that guy started, and then he did like one or two issues, and then like he disappeared. You remember that? Do you remember that? I have a copy of it. I wonder whatever happened to that guy. Tommy says he's dabbing diamonds. What is it you need to talk to an engineer about, Ginger? I'm curious. Because there's also different types of engineers. THC Diamonds. Yeah, I know what's up. I know what you're talking about, bro. I know what you're talking about. Is Thunder Chicken still here? Thunder Chicken, bro. I need to talk to you. Oh, I think he said he was only able to chat on break, but he's working. Trying to pick a title such as Bust a Globe, Flatten Your Horizon, Daily Microscope. Beal Wheel. The best crystals are smokable. Thank you for calling Coffee Talk. You're on with Karen B.
And I'm back.
What's up?
Okay, so my idea. Sorry, I haven't talked all morning, other than when we talked. But so vehicles, they're missing a really good idea. So if you can put something around the axle of the wheels, like magnets and whatnot, so as it spins, it creates a charge, and the charge goes to a battery, then you need a little bit of fuel to get going. It's not perpetual motion by any means, but it's something that they're spinning anyway, so you might as well get some charge. Plus, a fancy like fan in the middle of your grill on the front of the car. As you're going forward again, that thing's gonna spin. That could charge a whole nother axle that could also have magnets attached to it to refill the battery. And the other one is a goddamn middle blinker. If you're at a T intersection, you're going left or right, but if you're cutting across a road, have something that says I'm going straight across, because that would be very helpful. That has nothing to do with the energy thing.
But wait, isn't default you're going straight and you only have to signal if you're turning left or right, because default is straight.
Yeah, but default, people are idiots. I live on a very busy street, and they don't have their tires slightly turned towards the direction they're going to go, and they don't turn their indicator on. So I'm ready to run across the road jaywalking, as humans do. I'm not going up to the lights to turn all the way back around. But yeah, just some sort of like indicator to say I plan on going straight. I mean, it's not going to work all the time because people are idiots. They don't even turn left or right indicators on.
Yeah, that happens here a lot too. Ted and I complain about it all the time.
But yeah. So I'm saying if there's something built onto the axles that can like get magnetic power, like spinning coils, that sort of thing. And so again, you're going to need gasoline to get it initiated, but unless you live on top of a hill, maybe your buddy can push you down and get it going. But yeah.
What are you talking about? Like a hybrid type car?
Kind of, yeah. But it's not using the electricity necessarily that you have to plug into the things. Even if it just powers your radio or the air conditioning or something. Like, I don't know. If the wheels and the axles are spinning, so why not get something that can generate the energy from that? And the forward fan, because you're going into the wind no matter what you do as you drive forward, that's going to be spinning. And that could spin something again. I believe the magnets are the key. So yeah, this is my $1 million idea, which I've been sitting on forever, and better say it before I go. So, and now there's public record. So thank you.
All right, cool. Well, thanks for calling.
Yeah, and Cami, I want to learn about. I think it's hornstone. It rings like a bell.
Hornstone?
Anyway. Yeah. Do you remember Coco's Psychic Network with Dionne Warwick?
Do I remember what now?
It was an advertisement, like a infomercial for Coco's Psychic Network, and for some reason she had Dionne Warwick with her, the singer.
Okay.
So it's a Coral Castle, and they're there, and they're talking about how the guy built the whole place without any help. But two children saw him carrying what he called, or they called, ice cream cones. So I'm thinking it's the Hornstone, and if you get the frequency correctly, it allows levitation. It's what I was looking into before Flat Earth took over everything that I've been looking into. Yeah, fun stuff. But I went to the Rock and Gem show, and I was asking all the different vendors if they knew about the Hornstone, because you tap it and it just resonates. And everyone's like, I don't know what you're talking about. So, yeah. The geologist I trust and know the best is Cammy. So, I also had to turn my TV off because I can't find my remote, so I'm not actually watching any of the comments. Yeah, I know. Didn't want to have a rookie mistake. All right, Karen. I love you. I'll talk to you soon.
All right.
Love,
Talk to you.
love Ted too.
All right. Yeah. Thanks. Thanks for calling.
Bye.
Bye. I've never heard that concept before. What an interesting model. What are you talking about? Are you back? Are you behind in the stream, Reed, and you're watching where I was talking about the sun going around in multiple areas, multiple manifestations of the sun? I don't know what is hornstone. Let's see. Looks like people use it for flinting or napping. Hornstone, a silicious stone, a variety of quartz closely resembling flint but more brittle, also called chert. Okay, chert, a fine-grained metamorphic rock formed by the action of heat on clay rocks. This is Hornfels. I don't know if that's the same. Why is Hornfels coming up when I search Hornstone? Variety of quartz resembling flint. Okay, yeah, see, and then when I search videos, they're like using it for napping, like to make arrowheads and points out of and stuff. And if it's like that flint, then it would make a little sound whenever you rack it. Or, hit it to like break pieces off. Felspar. Levitate D's. It seems to me municipal water pipelines could have little turbines installed inside them if there was water flowing through it all 24/7. I mean, maybe, but would that hinder? I don't know. There's probably a reason they don't do it. I wonder if it would impede water flow because turbines, the water flow has to be like pressurized, right? So it's maybe I'm guessing they don't do that because of the maintenance. Like, how would you maintain the turbine if it's in the water pipe and something went wrong? You would have to dig it out every time to maintain it. Is what I'm thinking. I'm just trying to think of logically, like what would be the reason for not doing that? Coral Castle. Yeah, I miss Zulu too. I miss Zulu too. So there's, when you search it, there's a lot of videos on flint napping. So I don't know. I've not heard of that stone either, like you were talking about, where it vibrates. I mean, I have heard of. I thought you were talking about that when you were talking about how it resonates, like that type of stone where they cut slats in it, and then you can hit it with like a mallet, and it makes like a thong. Why? Why is this not? Why is this weird? Don't have any notifications. What's happening? What's happening? Okay. Stream health is excellent. Okay, well, weird. One, two, three, four. 4321. Charging whirler swapped out for generator because generators didn't charge at idle. And I forget the name of the stone that I was thinking that he might have been talking about. Felspar that rings like a bell. Let's see. Felspar harmonica.
The big picture for the collective. This could be really good.
Wouldn't be quite a game over injury, but well, nope.
Chip came on.
That's feldspar. Are you saying felspar or feldspar? Is felspar different from feldspar, or are you meaning feldspar? Like this. That's what I thought you were talking about.
Ever wondered if stones could sing? This incredible place isn't an ancient mystery. It's a stunning art installation in Italy, known as the Sound Garden. These massive stones, carefully cut by artist Pinuccio Ciola, vibrate and resonate with sound when touched, or even when the wind blows through them. By carving deep incisions into basalt and limestone, Ciola revealed the hidden voice of the stone.
Basalt.
Visitors
It's just
can
basalt and
interact with these
limestone.
monumental sculptures, creating an ethereal symphony of sound that's a masterpiece of nature and art in perfect harmony. Ever wondered if stones could sing?
This is what I call primitive technology. This picks up on human contact and then produces a sound. I'm not sure how it works. I think it's because of the gold that's introduced into this rock over here. But if you live in Cape Town, you need to come and check this out at Spear. Please, come closer, listen to this. Come closer. Come closer.
Oh, that's phony shit. Fuck you. Anyway, the carve. This is when I thought this is really is a thing. The sound garden. Anyway. Now play Hot Cross Buns. Original rock movement. Karen, look up what? Can be if it chooses fortune telling, future surfing, but it can also be sacred sacrifice, sacred science of patterns and archetypes paired with personal intuition. What am I supposed to be looking at? Are you talking about astrology? Oh no, I see. You posted a link.
This is crazy. Normal rocks do not sound like this, guys.
Crazy.
Here we are in PA at Ringing Rocks Park, and we're going to see what these rocks sound like when we hit them with a hammer.
We brought our own hammer, but they have some you can take.
Yeah, supposedly the rocks make bell-like sounds and almost like a musical sound when you hit.
What do they have, like a high iron content? Yes, I see it now. Strike the boulders with a hammer until you hear unusual like bell sounds. To this day, it's still a mystery why these rocks produce those sounds, and even scientists have come to study the area. Well, I would think it was just because they have like some weird higher iron content. Did they ever cut one open to see what it's like inside? From Epic Exploration. Oh, this is a small channel. They only got 5.79 thousand subs.
Hit them, so we'll check it out. Got some info for you guys.
Make sure you
Ringing Rocks. The site of the 7-acre Ringing Rocks diabase boulder field is one of the largest in the eastern U.S. Many of the rocks ring when struck with a hammer due to a complex balance of mineralogy, weathering properties, and microclimate that combine to produce a distinctly musical sound. Projecting boulders that are exposed to the sunshine away from the shade of the woods are among the ones that ring when struck from outstanding geologic features of Pennsylvania. Projecting boulders that are exposed to the sunshine away from the shade of the woods are among the ones that ring. Okay. High Falls, Tales of the Ringing Rocks Park.
slow pan so they can read it if they want to. There's lizards.
Yeah.
Salamanders.
Massive boulder field area, and there's a waterfall here, and we're going to show you. We got a short hike to the boulder field here. Free to the public to check it out. Recommended to wear sturdy shoes. And apparently,
whoa! Look at that! Look at all those rocks.
Nobody really knows why these things ring. That one sounds normal. Yeah, let's go up ahead. So yeah, it is a mystery on why these rocks ring. Some of these rocks move, so go at your own caution.
Look at all those, look at that big pile of rocks. It's so weird.
It sounds like a lot of metal. I can't walk.
So what do you think? It's different than most places, right? I mean, you don't normally go to boulder fields and hear this.
No.
It's a one of a kind, unique place.
Aliens.
Yeah, scientists, they're not actually sure.
That's a good
That's
one.
crazy.
I love climbing and jumping on rocks, so this is awesome. Just make sure if you come here yourself, be careful.
Dude, that looks gnarly. Somebody could break an ankle walking around on that crap, dude. Seriously. That's gnarly.
Oh, wow. You can 100% tell the difference on this one. See, they all sound a little different.
That's so weird.
All right, here we are, hiking down this trail, looking for this waterfall that's supposed to be right near this area.
And now they're going to the waterfall. They're done banging on rocks, I think. But that's interesting, though. Road trip it with me? Totally, dude. Pennsylvania? It's not that long of a drive to go to Pennsylvania. Maybe we could have a little hangout with Carly Sunshine. I don't know how close she is to this area, but then stay out. An old wood thing that turns into stone? Well, I don't know about that. Interesting. Break a cankle? Yeah. That hammer looks sus. I think that most of the rocks are biology. I do not. Eek. Carly, I miss Carly. Yeah. She's still around. She's just not as active with Flat Earth as she used to be. She's just living her life. Most people, I think, are just living their lives. You know? Do you guys see this? This popped up in my feed in Instagram.
The general electorate, look at these numbers on Israel, the net favorability. They're all negative. They're all negative. Ipsos, minus 10 points. Fox, minus 11 points. Marquette University Law School Law poll. Look at that, minus 20 points. Pew Research Center, minus 23 points. Negative, 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 negative. And Gallup earlier this year was also negative. We're not just talking about the Democratic base anymore. We're talking about the general electorate as well. The general electorate has turned against Israel. This is not just a left issue. It is an American issue when it comes to opinions on Israel.
What's the trend line here?
What's the trend line here? The trend line is unbelievable. Look at the trend line here. Compare this to Donald Trump's first term. At this point in Donald Trump's first terms, Israel's average net favorability.
Wow.
You go back here. Look at this. It was plus 51 points. Wow, Johnny says. Wow, Johnny says, because this is wow. Plus 51. It's minus 16 points in the average poll now. That is what, a 67-point shift against Israel in just 8 years. Israel used to be a consensus issue in American politics, and that was a pro-Israeli position. Now the consensus has actually shifted, and now when it comes to general electorate, it is a minus. Israel is now seen negatively, and we're seeing it in poll after poll after poll.
You just had this vote in the House where 100 Democrats voted against military assistance to Israel. How is that specific issue seen right now?
Yeah, you said wow, right? How about wow again? Take a look here. I never thought I'd see the day military assistance to Israel say U.S. should reduce or end it. Overall, 55% say they should reduce or end it. And it is true across the educational spectrum. 51% of non-college graduates, 62% of college graduates. So this isn't just an issue right among white liberals in Democratic primaries. No, no, no. This is true across the educational divide. Even when we are looking towards a general electorate, the majority of Americans believe that military assistance to Israel should either be reduced or ended. The general electorate, look at these numbers.
I know that's from CNN, but still. Was that guy selling me something? I know. Israel sucks. Sub Troubling Tribune. Carly unfriended me over Charlie Kirk. What happened? What were you doing? Why'd she unfriend you over Charlie Kirk? I'm not even on Facebook. Facebook deactivated my account. They shut my account down, and that's it. I haven't been back since. So I miss all the Facebook drama now. You can all miss me with your Facebook drama. I don't miss it. I honestly don't. I miss seeing some people there. Like I miss seeing like Joelle. How's Joelle doing? Or other people. Like I could think of a bunch of other people, but it's like, man, I do miss like I seeing Carly and stuff. Like but also don't miss all the drama. Maybe I should make a new account where I only friend a few people on it, like I have like 50 friends max or something on it. Just keep living, right? We got to be living our lives. That's kind of what, like, why I was playing this talk with System of a Down's Surge, because he was saying this world is what we make it. This world could be beautiful if we all focused on that. So what is it that is drawing the focus towards so much negativity and destruction and evil? Like, what is capturing the attention of so many humans that it's going in such, everything has gone so awry? Like, it's so much worse than it was 25 years ago. Like, but this is 25 years ago and they're talking about things being a mess. What does he say about it now?
Do you think people are generally good or bad?
Good and bad are the same thing.
System of a Down and Faith No More will play Australia. Ooh, that sounds fun. Australia and New Zealand. Hmm. I was vocal about the fraud of it all, and she unfriended me over it. I'm not as good of a Christian as her, I guess. We went through so much together. COVID, flat earth drama. Oh. Hurt my feelings till I got over it. She was really invested in TPUSA. Oh, really? Yeah, I don't know. Thank you for calling Coffee Talk. You're on with Karen B.
Tony Coriolis.
What's up, Tony? How you doing?
Not much, just here at work, sweating a lot. It's very hot out here.
Yeah.
So, okay, a couple of things. When I went out to South Carolina, I always get like a keychain anytime I go on a trip. And for South Carolina, I got one that's like a bicycle. Why would that be like the logo for South Carolina?
A bicycle? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. But a couple, like, really, like, the only option, it was a couple at the airport. It was like a couple of bicycle South Carolina keychain things. So I got one, and I always kind of wondered. And long story short, I've been riding my bike more and more, and I totally ate shit on my bike like 6 days ago, last Tuesday.
Oh, no.
Well, I had, like, I got an e-bike now, and I've been having a lot of fun on that. I put a bunch of miles on it. And then I was doing a normal straight shot, so I'm just going full speed. And then the front tire popped on me, and I just ended up kind of, like, the main problem, like, I scraped my knee and my hands and stuff, but really just my chest went into the street at, like, full speed. So I'm moving a little slow at work. I'm even doing sprinklers now. It's a little rough getting up and down. I don't think I broke anything, but...
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, so watch out for the e-bikes, people. I now know that I'm going to get something in my wheels that, like, they won't go totally flat. So I guess that won't happen again, hopefully.
Yeah. Jeez.
Yeah. Okay, and then have you heard of the phrase, the dog days of summer?
Yes.
Yeah, of course. And that, I guess, refers to, like, the hottest days of summer.
Mm-hmm.
So that ended on the 11th, okay, which might have been Tuesday. I don't know. But so on the 11th, the dog days of summer ended, it said. And then today in the almanac, it says that the cat days began. You ever heard of that?
No. What's the cat days?
Me neither. I even tried. Like, it says there's an explanation online for dog days, but then cat days, it's like riddled with just BS Google searches on cat days and whatnot. So almanac at least referred to cat days began, is what it says today. I can put that in the rebellion just so you guys can see. I'm not making it up.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I don't know. I've never heard of it, and I just wanted to check you if you heard of it.
I have not heard of cat days. What is the cat days supposed to be? Is that like
I don't
when
know.
it
I
starts
guess
to cool
less
off?
hot than the dog days, I'm thinking, but I don't know. I don't really know. Yeah. I was gonna call in earlier with the cat talk, when you're talking cats to say that, but I was busy. Yeah, and then for what Ginger was saying about his thought on like a magnet kind of charging off of something, isn't that like exactly what an alternator is on a car?
Yeah, see, I don't know about the mechanics of those types of things fully, but when he was describing it, I was having the same thought. I was like, isn't that kind of like what an alternator or generator is? I guess it would be an alternator.
Even I had a little thought on that like a while ago, because even like recently I had sort of some, like I had my alternator replaced, so I guess I was pondering it, and then I was thinking about like electric cars, you know? So you still are forced to charge your car, like no matter how much rotation you get off of your car, like it doesn't charge the Teslas, you know, and I'm sure they probably got like a super duty alternator, but it's not even a well-known enough thing where there is a different one for an electric car. But I don't know if anyone knows anything on that. I was just wondering, I figure a Tesla would have to have like a super alternator, or maybe not. Maybe it's just kind of constricted to how it is. But I know it is something with coils and magnets all in an alternator. It can be rebuilt, but I'm no master either, so I don't really know.
I don't either. This is a question for Ben Balderson.
Yeah, there was. Oh, he would definitely know, I feel. There's one guy, though, Robert, who was around like that Jaren crowd when there was a good crowd around there. And he was just talking about like how the alternator kind of reminded him of like how the sun works and everything. And he was getting pushback, but I really thought what he was saying was good. I'm going to refer back to that and see if I have anything better to say on it, you know, in a future call. But yeah, just the alternator is interesting how that works, but magnets and coils and charging the car, I don't know much.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then lastly, so the whole flat thing, you know, there are so many trolls out there. I don't even know what to think on meeting someone new that says that they're into it or whatever. So long story short, this past weekend, we got like a family bar type of thing that, like I was doing the raffle. We did like a raffle for the anniversary party. So I'm running around the bar and I'm giving out tickets to people. And then my youngest brother, who's totally textbook on everything, they all know that I'm flat, you know, but whatever. He comes up to me as I'm doing the raffle ticket thing, and I'm talking to people, and he goes, "Hey, you got to meet this guy over here. He thinks like you." And then I look over, and the guy does like that flat hand sign thing, you know?
And
then my little brother like goes, "Oh, like he's a flat earther like you." And I go, "Yeah, okay, whatever. I'm busy." And I just kind of ignored the guy. I was busy, so I didn't. And then I asked my brother the next day. I go, "Hey, was that guy like trolling you?" And then he goes, "No, the guy said I have some thoughts that are out there." And then my little brother said, "Oh, what?" And he goes, "I'm a flat earther." And he goes, "Oh, you got to meet my brother." So it probably would have been a fine guy to talk to, but we're even in such a weird time now where I just immediately thought, "Oh, okay, that dude's a troll. Like, not going to talk to him." But I don't know. I figure I got to settle down a little bit. You know, it's a little bad that I thought immediate troll.
Yeah, but I
used
don't
to be a lot
blame
more
you.
open to this stuff, you know?
Yeah, because things are kind of weird right now, though. I get
They
it.
are, and the weirdness showed right there in my life, because probably a fine guy. He was at the bar, and yeah, what do you know? I didn't even care because I'm so used to just trolls all over. I almost got like a guard up.
Yeah, that's kind of a bummer. I wish
I
I
know.
would like to
Hopefully
change
I'll find
that.
the guy again. He at least knows what I look like.
Yeah. Well, if you see him again, you try talking to him. Ask him when he became a flat earther and how he woke up, and that'll kind of give you an idea of where he's at. Usually, I think. You know.
Yeah, totally. And even it was later on in the night, but to start off the anniversary party night, a couple of people from our local group came, and and we're there. And one of the guys who was at Vegas, he was wearing the Vegas Flattoberfest shirt in the bar. So that was cool.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, totally. But all right, Karen, have a nice start of these cat days. Don't know what it is, but have a nice cat day.
All right. Thank you, Tony.
All right. Peace.
Laters. NDV says, ask him if the moon landing happened. Has anyone seen DJ or Mark? Nope, have not seen DJ or Mark today. Alternator uses electromagnet to excite the charging system, whereas a generator uses permanent magnets. Okay. The Wright brothers invented the first plane in North Carolina. Did they invent it or did they fly it here first? Because there's a license plate that says first in flight. We can make that at the We Sell Rock shop, Karen. In Florida, the heat is pretty much unbearable. Dude, I'm not in Florida and it's disgusting. The moon landings never happened. What the? Come on, bro. Yes, pretty much most of the people here would probably tell you that the moon landings were fake. Bring the airship back? Why would we bring the airship back? I know a lot of people like to think that the airship was like this superior technology, but I've talked about this a few times on here now. The airship is an extremely inefficient way to travel compared to modern travel technologies. It's lighter than air travel. It cannot fly above the weather, therefore it is always subject to the effects of the weather. You have to have either helium or hydrogen. Helium being very expensive, hydrogen that was what they were using, but it was highly flammable, which is why the Hindenburg died. And not only that, but they had tons of accidents. It wasn't just the Hindenburg. That was just the last accident. But there was like all throughout that brief time that airships were being used as travel, they had dozens of accidents, more than, and some of them people died, people were hurt. And considering how much they were flying around, I mean, it was like, it was really like compared today with airplanes, how many airplanes are flying around at any given time and how many accidents actually happen. Like the ratio, I would have to go figure it out, but it's extremely unbalanced, right? Like airships were not that safe. And they had to have basically the same amount of crew to crew it as passengers. So like they could never carry more than 100 people. And about 30 to 40 of those people would be the crew members. So it's like, a very high percentage of the people on board were actually crew members. So they couldn't even hold that many passengers. It took many days to get anywhere. Like I said, they're subject to effects of the weather. I just don't understand why people think the airship was this like amazing, like if we started using airships again, it would be like better than what we have now. And I just don't see that at this point. I just don't see it. Prove me wrong. They do look cool. Airship would explore Antarctica better than land vehicles or small airplanes. I mean, possibly if the weather's good, but it's extremely windy, and the winds in Antarctica are extreme. Extreme. Yeah, the winds, see, thank you, Cami. The winds would be a huge issue. It would be a huge issue. They'd be getting pushed around all over the place. I mean, I just don't, I don't think they're so great. Well, there's companies that are building airships that are putting in millions upon millions of dollars. Like there's a company that wants to build an airship that basically moves cargo, like giant cargo airships, and they're developing the technology. Will they do it? I don't know, but they're spending a whole bunch of freaking money on it. Let's see. Five airships in development. Okay, so I don't know if I've looked at this one. I may have looked at this article before. Back to the Future. 5 airships in development today. Airlander 10. Originally designed for the U.S. Army, the Airlander 10 may soon be taking tourists on luxury flights around the world. This is like, look at this thing. This thing is a beast. British hybrid air vehicles. Airlander 10 is one of the most advanced modern airships in terms of production stage. Prototype has already been built. First deliveries are expected in 2026. Intelligence gathering is one of the uses of the airship still retained in the military. It was initially built for the U.S. Army as the long-endurance multi-intelligence vehicle, but was eventually canceled by the Army. Instead of being shelved, the developer sought a new application for their design. Hybrid Air Vehicle states the Airlander 10 can stay airborne for up to 5 days, carry up to 10 tons of payload, and travel up to 4,000 nautical miles. 4,000 nautical miles is a pretty good range, but we have other modern, capabilities that can go much farther than that. The airship requires minimal infrastructure and highly customizable payload module. One of the touted potential uses is luxury tourist flights over the Arctic. Over the Arctic. That might be cool. I would like to do that over the Arctic because everything goes around the center, man. Let's go see what's up. Can we go see the high black cliffs? The North Pole hole. Pathfinder 1, 400-foot Pathfinder 1 received its FAA Special Airworthiness Certificate September of 23, promises to be the world's largest aircraft. Holy smokes. This thing looks like a reproduction of the Led Zeppelin. Pathfinder 1 is LTA's proof of concept airship built to demonstrate a novel design, engineering, and manufacturing. It is hoped that this will give rise to a new generation of airships. Project is being developed with the support of Google co-founder Sergey Brin and is part of a vision for complementing humanitarian aid while reducing aviation emissions. Oh, so this is an electric-powered airship. Excuse me. Aerosmina's airship. If built, the Aerosmina would be a massive, heavy life airship that could transform the way bulky goods are transported. I have the hiccups. Trevor says government has anti-gravity craft. Yeah, I think they do too. A flying cruise ship. God damn. Why? Why did I get the hiccups all of a sudden? I need to burp. Oh, really? Is this what it looks like? 600-ton. The Russian airship manufacturer Aerosmina is known to be working on building mammoth 600-ton payload airship. Look, it looks like a flying saucer. Is it really going to look like that? Is aiming to launch a saucer-shaped 600-ton payload airship in 2024. Okay, well then did it work? It was 2024. Did it happen? Sergey Brin, yes. Lay down on your stomach and the hiccups will go right away. Let me try. That didn't work. I still have them. I burped down there though, but it didn't work. I still have the hiccups. Anyway, I want to know if they made. This says that they were supposed to have it in 24. God damn it! I need to go. I'll be right back. I don't know. I don't think they're gonna go away. Whatever. Drink out of the other side of the glass. Through a paper towel. Thunder Chicken. Did I ever tell you that I finally? God, I can't talk without hiccuping. Remember the diamonds you gave me at Flattoberfest 24? A spoonful of peanut butter. You guys and all your suggestions. What's up, Ginger?
With conviction, tell yourself as loud as you can, I am not a fish.
That's not gonna
That
work.
will cure. It'll just do it. Just tell yourself I am not a fish. Like scream it, and your hiccups will be gone. Goodbye.
I don't believe you. I laid down on my stomach on the floor, and that didn't do it. Anyway, I had them sitting on a shelf for a very long time, probably over a year. And then, because they were so cool, I didn't want to. I didn't want to burn them up. Well, then Ben came in here one day and he was like, "Oh, they're just going to degrade over time and eventually it won't be good anymore." And I was like, "Well, maybe I shouldn't just let it go rotten." So I went in later and I fired up the rig. Let me tell you, boy, them things were so strong. I ain't never been high like that before in my life. Well, outside of Ben's diamonds, it's very similar, but I'm pretty sure I might have been hallucinating a little bit. I'm pretty sure I hallucinated a little bit. It was pretty crazy. It was pretty trippy. Like there's something about it being like super pure, just like an actual faceted like crystal. It's like next level man. Next level. It was a trip. That shit was a trip. That's all I got to say about that. I'm pretty sure I was hallucinating. Grandson gets out of his first day of school in 2 hours. That's cool. Bet he had fun, Tommy. I bet he can't wait to tell you all about it. It didn't work because you're a witch. Pretty sure that how that's how it works. But they were THC crystals. You're defending your right to make those in court? Dude, those things they're awesome. I just want you to know that it was the best. It was the absolute best. It was like it was intense. It was intense, and I'm pretty sure I was seeing shit. What's up, Chicago artist? Zulu was responsible for what? Gotta get some shut-eye? Okay, well, good night, Bill Wheel. Peanut butter, nobody believes me till they try it. I mean, I could see how it would work because it's hard to eat peanut butter. I had some diamonds from Thunder Chicken that was given to Austin from Melodome. You know, Austin is not. He flipped. He went back to the Globe with Jaron, right? He bitched out too. Little fucking fraud that he was. Plug your ears and hold your breath as long as you. I think they went away. I got some water. I think they went away. Mellow Globe. Getting Sue Diamonds at my house. What? I know Ben's got a killer crop at his place this year. He's been taking pictures of it. He even was sharing it on X. Let me see. Look. Look how big those plants are. You can't even barely see them hiding behind there. Doesn't that look awesome? I just got in the chat. Did you say Austin flipped to the other side? Not Austin Whitsitt gets it. Whitsitt is still flat. I'm just talking about Mellow Dome. Gonna cover Owens versus Wilson again for the people. Do you guys want to talk about that again? I just thought it was funny, dude. He got trashed. He just got totally trashed. I know you guys used to be friends, but you know what? He's a fraud. I was never really a big fan of that guy. And I don't hate anybody, but I also don't really like them either. And that's just the way it is. I wish I could be one of those people who could be friends with everybody, but I am not that person. I'm just not that person. There's some people, like, they could be friends with everybody. Like Zulu, yeah, I'm not that person. So, that guy was a poser the all time. Yeah. Yep. I gotta run up to the We Sell Rock shop. Nobody cares about Wilson or Owen. Not Owen, Benjamin, Candace Owens. The debate. It was a disaster. It was a disaster. I mean, and you know what's funny is like, she was like, I didn't even know who he was, and she probably didn't know who he was. I mean, I can see how she wouldn't know who he was before this, although he did start talking, he was getting all wrapped up in TP USA. Oh my God. But then he paid her. He paid $300,000, right, to debate her. See. And then he has a give send go. This is him trying to raise money. Look at this douchebag. How much money did he raise? $79,000. I'm surprised he got as much as $79,000. So he's trying to recoup the money that he gave to Candace Owens to get smashed on a debate, and he was only able to raise back a fraction of it. So essentially, $220,000 out of pocket to get smashed on a debate. Hilarious. And Zulu hated many people. Yeah, much love and throat punches. But he was also friends with people that I couldn't stand. I didn't know you played Fortnite, Liz. And then did you remember when Jaren was doing that stream with him and he had that cheesy smiling picture? He's like, here, help me buy a solar, a hydrogen alpha telescope so I could take more pictures of the sun and prove that Earth is a globe. Fucking doofus. No, you did not miss anything, Dennis. You missed nothing. Absolutely nothing. What's up, Angela Baby Carson? Swimming lessons? Oh, nice. Dennis, no, look, everybody's telling him no, you didn't miss anything. You missed nothing. You missed 3 years, yes. A lot happened when you were gone, too. That's a fact. A lot happened, bro. You should play Fortnite with Tony, Stephanie, and Sander. Does anybody still talk to Stephanie and Sander? They kind of disappeared after TFE. So did the guy from Australia, Robert from Australia. A lot of people kind of just disappeared back into the woodwork after the final experiment because I think for a lot of people, it was hard for them to reconcile in their mind that there was a sun, the 24-hour sun over the South. And I can see how that'd be hard for a lot of people to visualize. But yeah. I don't understand why people invested that much in that. And literally only until 6 months before that whole thing went down is when I heard Jaren saying that if there's a 24-hour sun in the Antarctic, that means the Earth is a globe. Like, he never said that before. And I do remember him going off about how he didn't believe that there was a 24-hour sun in the Antarctic, but he never based everything on it. Like, it wasn't the end all be all of, Earth being flat or a globe. So I don't know. I just think it's weird how all that shit went down. Richard, yes, Richard B. Thank you. What did I say? Robert? Richard B, yes. I have a garden on a Fortnite map. Joe Hanvey model. That guy doesn't like anybody challenging his shit. That's all I know. That was one of the last things on Facebook was me kind of challenging him on some of the stuff that he was saying. He didn't like it. He was like, well, you don't play with a snow globe, Karen, so how do you know? Need to stop reifying models. That's pretty cool, Liz. Turns out you were not a fish. I get it, but when somebody says something that's incorrect and you're like trying to, I don't know. I guess it's hard to do that with somebody without them getting all offended. Like he was saying that magnetism bends light. No, it doesn't, bro. Flying back to Louisiana, very nice. Very nice. That's what I'm saying, Troubling Tribune. Like, you have to, like, I've said so much stuff over the years that now I don't agree with. Now I see is like so blatantly wrong and retarded. You know, I challenge these things not because I think I know everything. It's because I've been doing this for like 11, 12 years. I've been asking these questions for over a decade. I've been looking at this stuff and thinking about it and living it and breathing it. And so I've debunked myself many times over many different things over the years. I have debunked myself many, many times. That's why when people come forward with, things that are like similar to what I've already debunked myself on previously, I will bring that up, and I'll draw from those past experiences of me being critical of my own ideas and debunking myself and realizing that I was wrong in a lot of things over the years. And so, people, and like everybody says, everybody's on their own journey. So some people are coming and they're going through these things that I went through already years ago. And then I try to like explain that and they're like, what do you know? They get so offended. Like they feel like it's weird how this psychological trick that when people wake up to flat Earth, it's like once they realize that and it's like the light goes on and they have this understanding of something. It's like now they think that they could do no wrong. Now they think that they can like crack the code on every mystery. And maybe you can crack the code on more mysteries, but we're still learning and we're still getting things wrong and there's still a lot we don't know, So it's like if somebody's doing something or coming to a conclusion that I've already seen worked over, not even just by myself, but by other people many times, you say something, or at least I say something, and maybe I should just keep my mouth shut and let people do stupid shit. I don't know. Truth is, most claims that are made are false. Exactly. What's up, DJ? Did you hear us asking about you or something? We were like, is DJ here? We haven't seen DJ or Mark. What's up, DJ? It's good to see you. Holiday in Rome. I don't know. People would get mad at me for stuff all the time. Like when I like the Selenileon eclipse, when I tell people that that's not a globe Earth debunker, they get pissed. People get upset and then they say it anyway. Like Like that whole thing that I just explained earlier about being in the FE Core chat and me showing a model where it debunks it, and then Rob Durham recreating the model and also agreeing with me and basically confirming that the Selenium eclipse doesn't debunk the globe Earth. Everybody still says it anyway. Dave Weiss was in that chat. He still goes around telling everybody the Selenium eclipse, because, you know, and they get away with it because, because no glober is going to open up AutoCAD and start doing precise measurements to prove the Earth is a globe, because once you do that, you start to break it all apart. It starts to fall apart, right? When you're talking about like long distance observations or any sort of terrestrial observation. Now, the sky map thing, that's a different story. But, you know, I debunked this using AutoCAD, but I know that it didn't get any legs and it's not going anywhere because most of the people who are globy trolls or anti-flat earthers, they're not smart enough, and they don't ever start they don't pick up these 3D programs, and they don't start modeling stuff. They don't do any real world tests. They just gaslight, use the sky as an example. They just say, oh, the stars, oh, but the eclipse, oh, but this, you know, they always point to the sky as proof that the Earth is a globe, but they will never pull out AutoCAD and start using that to debunk flat Earth, because once they would lose immediately, right? So they don't even open AutoCAD, even if I'm basically handing them a debunk to like one of the flat earthers' favorite arguments, right? They'll never do that, because then they open the door to debunking the globe because of the lack of curvature. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, it's funny how much people don't care about facts. In truth, they just don't. If they can get away with saying it, they'll just go ahead and keep saying it. Monday morning coffee talk. Got the boys here too. What boys? Felt so stupid when I realized the eclipse was possible. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I've said a whole bunch of stuff that is dumb, you know, and I just learn from it and move on. I don't get all huffy and puffy and defensive and go, well, you don't play with the same toys that I play with, so how the fuck do you know anything? You know? I don't know. We them boys? You know the boys. Yes. 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 One thing I know for sure is that I don't know everything, but I'm willing to learn everything. That's pretty much how I feel. What did I miss? Catch up later. You know, we're just shooting the shit. We're just talking like we always do. Always talking. I mean, so like, what do you guys think about the flat Earth, whatever online flat Earth scene? What's up with the flat Earth scene online these days? You know, we really don't have. I feel like there was one point where there was a whole bunch of people, and they would stream so much it would be almost impossible to stream without streaming on top of each other. And now it's just almost non-existent, it seems like. Although it could be that I just unsubscribe from people and I'm not seeing it. Although I still have a lot of subscriptions. I still have like 500 subscriptions on my YouTube. I'm still subscribed to most Flat Earth channels. I don't know. Whether I've been replaced by an AI clone. Live reboot. All right. Wednesday at 10. That's late. 10 Eastern. I'll be in bed already. Why does everybody go to stream so late? Man. Like Ben and all this debate stuff that he's been doing. He's been really doing a lot of interesting stuff. And I can never, I'm just, 10 p.m., man. That's just too late for me. I'm in bed. Have you seen The Strange Lounge? Oh my God, DJ, that's even later than late. Oh, you guys are always so late. I mean, sometimes I go back and watch a little bit the next day, but I'm working and stuff and it's hard for me to keep up and you guys are always on so late. Less people now talk about Flat Earth on YouTube. Yeah. This is my only FE stream. Wow, really? Wow. And then Austin will stream, Wits It Gets It, Austin will stream, but he also streams late. Like, he starts at like midnight. And I'm like, dude, why? Why? I have to say the TFE was a boost to my understanding that confirmed the trajectory of my studies, Arctic mountain shadow, etc. Yeah, but that's good for you, but I'm talking about like the FE scene in general, like out and about, like as we know it. I don't even know if community is the right word. I think scene. Kind of like there's a music scene, there's a punk scene, there's a metal scene, there's a FE scene. And it's got all types in there. When you get with the rooster, 10 is late. Yeah, man. Just this and IRM for me, although they don't do much FE stuff anymore. Because it's like, well, I don't think it's because he's a flake. It's because he's going through some crazy stuff over his girls right now. He's going through custody stuff and kind of a battle with Kai. They broke up. There's like he's got life issues he's dealing with right now. So he should be taking a break. He should be dealing with that because that's important. Your life is important. Your family is important. Your children are extremely important. That's why sometimes I miss, because family, life, children, whatever's going on, they have to come first. Get up with roosters. Remember how many people were coming out? Like, it was weird though, right after TFE, all these new people started showing up that were allegedly flat earthers, but they were like showing up in opposition to like Witsit or anybody who said that what they said they saw, like anybody who backed up the people that went to Antarctica were being attacked by all these new streamers that came out. Do you remember? Like this King Nico person is one name I remember seeing pop up, and like there was just all these people who just started coming out of the woodwork, just making all these videos about everybody being shills. It was just like, it was almost like like there was the TFE and that happened, and then everybody came back, and then it was like there was like an army of trolls launched to like attack everybody and like further cause division after the trip. I mean, it seems at the time I might not have seen it, but even now, like thinking if I'm thinking about it, it kind of seems almost coordinated. What do you guys think? Do you think that it was coordinated, like all those random? Because you don't hear from these people anymore. I can't even remember most of them, but it's like there was that period of time there where there were all these people coming out of nowhere making videos, you know, shill videos. Nacho. No, they're at school. They're in school now, so they take the bus home. What do you guys think, though? I don't know. It could just be that there's a bunch of opportunistic clickbait content creators just waiting, looking for something to get subscribers with, and I think it worked for a lot of them too. Thank you for calling Coffee Talk. You're on with Karen B.
Yeah, it's Glenn calling.
What's up, Glenn?
Just commenting on this community deal or whatever. I think you've got embedded people in the community, and the emphasis is on meetups and this and that, and deadhead graphics and all this, as opposed to any kind of systematic pursuit of the truth, which is what things are supposed to be happening.
Mm-hmm.
But it seems like just off the wall talking and BSing and coming up with new revelations, yet not following it up with field study. I mean, that's something to run with there. If you got something, a big breakthrough, and you're not doing any kind of field observations to back it up, to layer it on, just to put icing on the cake.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's not something anybody should be asked to do or prompted to do. That would come naturally. So I find that very strange. But I would just encourage those who pursue the truth just to remember what you know, and don't worry about a community that's obviously embedded with shills or whatever they're referred to as. And just remember what the truth is. And as far as Christians go, it's in the Bible. You know what the truth is. So that's my take on it. And I would encourage those shills who are deeply embedded in the community, long timers. No, you're not intelligent, and you're doing your part, and you feel like you're slick by backing up your rich man, the people running all this space BS, and you feel like you're an operative. It doesn't take no intelligence to do what you're doing. Just keep that in mind, people. But I would encourage those seeking truth just to remember what you know. You obviously know enough to still be listening, and don't forget what you already know. So that's my take on it, and I wish everybody a good week.
Yeah. All right. Thanks for calling, Glenn. Pay no attention to the shills. The earth remains flat. It was flat before we got here, and it will be flat after we are gone. That's all I know. It is sus. Yep. Hello, Joseph Osborne. Seem coordinated to me, maybe also opportunistic. Mine are grown now, so I forgot about school. Yeah. Yes, my youngest is now in high school. It goes by so quick. I know it's so cliche to say that, but it does. I'm like, oh my God, you were just a sweet little baby not so very long ago, and now you're like going to high school and signing up for driver's ed and shit. Ugh. Also, shout out to Dr. Law if you're lurking. Just want to say hi, La. Also, little update for Jack, Just Jack, Flat Earth, and Carolyn and the family that suffered the fire, the home fire, the explosion. They are doing much better. They have a home on their property, like a new modular that's being put up. It's all cleaned up. They're almost back in good working order. So if anybody was ever wondering or concerned about Just Jack and the family, they're doing better. They're getting their stuff in order, and Carolyn's very excited, and I'm happy for them. At Flattoberfest, I gave Austin plenty science books to better inform him. If I gave him anything now, a couple of well-chosen Orthodox Christian books would be more appropriate to his circumstances. You going long or started late? I guess I'm going long. I started a little late. Like 10 minutes late. It just keeps going faster. Oh, how do I make it stop? I know, like today's my mom's birthday. You know how old my mom's turning? 70. Do you know what that means? My next birthday, I turn 50. I'm going to be 50 years old. That's half a century. And definitely, most likely, at least half of my life, probably more than half of my life has already passed by, which is kind of a crazy thought to think about. That's crazy to think about. You're welcome for the update. Welcome for the update. Yeah, they're doing much better. They're doing all right. Jack and family is doing all right. They're going to be all right. You'll be 43 in October. Crazy I made it this far. Tomorrow's my mom's birthday. She'll be 87. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Your mom's birthday is the day after my mom's birthday? That's trippy, Cammy. How funny. I'm 12 days older than dirt. Yeah. My mom had me when she was technically 19. Right? Because my birthday's in May. Interesting. Happy B-Day, Cammy's mom. Yep. Wow, 4-hour stream. It's almost 2 o'clock. Wow, Billingtano. Parents will be 72 this year. Yep. Wish I was 50 again. Really, Closet Steve? I mean, I don't know anything about you, but I guess I pictured you being younger than me. I turned 67 in December. Would love to be 50. Physically gotten so much weaker in the last 3 years. You know, I've been talking about this with Ted. I'm like, dude, I need to yes, still going. I know. I'm about to wrap it up though. I want to start doing weight training because that's supposed to be really, really good for you, especially women in the older age to increase bone density is some weight training. So maybe Southern Belle, you should start doing some light weight training, not heavy weight training, just light weight training. Blue Chew commercials. Don't remind her what time it is. Because I'm like, man, I recognize myself too. Like my physicality is already not what it was just a few years ago. I'm like, man, I need to start doing some weightlifting, light weightlifting. I've been weight dancing, Karen. It helps. Yes, Cammie's been doing it. She says she's been feeling better and stronger. So, and I'm sure there's something to that. Just got to keep moving. Motion is lotion. Keep on moving. Weights definitely over cardio. Yeah, cardio can be like cause a lot of stress on your body depending on what you're doing. Folks just had a 50 years wedding anniversary. That's pretty cool, Ginger. Yes, he can. Ain't got to be weight training, just hard work. Yeah, if you're just doing it, but if you're, you keeping good form and stuff and you're listening to your body, then yeah, just regular physical activity, physical chores, yard work, all that stuff is good. It's good for you. It's good for you, man. But I also think like focus, like weight training. Yep. This is cool looking. Look at that. Skimboarding across. Is that like one of them salt flats with like the water? That's what it looks like. Very interesting. I'm single and do everything at the homestead myself. Wow, Southern Belle. So I know you're busy. Just turned 62. Been weight training since I was 26 years old. That's pretty good though, Steve. That's pretty good. Gonna start going to train with him. Oh, nice. Work in the yard and the garden just starts catching up with you. Yeah, I hear you. And also get yourself some nice magnesium flakes. Magnesium chloride. Not magnesium sulfide. Get the magnesium chloride flakes and soak when your body's sore in the tub with like a 3 cups of those salts in the water. Oh, it does miracles. The arm movements are slow, full and smooth. Hard to go slow. Makes you work. Yes. Trampoline and swimming if you're building endurance. I can't jump on a trampoline. My back don't like it. Hot as fuck to do anything out here in the upstate. Dude, Brandon. It's disgusting. I was breaking a sweat. It's the air you can wear right now. Like I walked outside. I walked my dogs this morning before coming in and starting the stream. And I literally had this like film of moisture on my skin. Last kid-free hour today. Fucked up my shoulder playing disc golf, so I need to do some PT to get back in shape. Yeah, you know what? It was good for that too, Billingtono. Castor oil. Rub some castor oil into that shoulder. If you feel so inclined, you can even use a little bit of DMSO to make it go in there nice and deep. Weight training keeps me mentally sane too, not just physical. Yeah, Ted does a lot of that too. He loves it. He just got a he finally went and got a membership to Planet Fitness. Even though he does a lot of working out here, he got a membership. About how to damn heat stroke. Oh my god, I know. Yesterday was disgustingly hot. I carry 5-gallon water buckets to the chickens. Refuse to buy another hose to reach their water. It is bad. It is really bad right now. Perfect in Michigan right now. Well, good for y'all. I use castor oil and comfrey and there you go. That's right. I totally brain farted on that. Your wife is the accidental alchemist who makes all kinds of cool stuff. With comfrey too. Yep. See, she knows. You know, she got you. Cammy, have you used your little whacker mower thing? We need to try it. I've been 23 times, still do everything on the farm. Nice, Vincent. Daily use of the Planet Fitness. Right, can't do his PT form, right? Dennis. And the sonic slider. Yes. Love my sonic slider. I gave one to Cammy. Cammy, you still use your sonic slider? Yes, and taking garden produce. I still have a box sitting on my table addressed to you with my magnesium balm I was going to send you. Karen, been busy. Oh. Well, Southern Belle, I no longer have that P.O. box. So you should email me and I'll give you my address. Have it put together and charged. Anybody else use a 50-50 blend of iodine and DMSO for pain? I've not. Iodine for pain, huh? DMSO does wonders for a multitude of things, though. But iodine and DMSO for pain, I have not. Maybe someday Ted and I will train together. Ted loves it. He loves working out. He's been taking my son with him to go work out at the gym too. And he loves it. Wild lettuce double deducted balm for pain. Ooh, that sounds nice. Wild lettuce is supposed to be really good for pain. It works? Interesting. Watermelon's going off. Nice. We only did container planting in our garden this year, and some of the things didn't like the containers. Like the zucchini did not like it. Found a glass tip in the red bag. Yeah, I was realizing when I came back from Ocracoke, I was like, I don't know if I made all my tips made it back. I wasn't keeping track. Helps thyroid issues. Bet DMSO will help your shoulder. Yeah, it will. It will. It really does. It's a potent. I can never say that word. It potentizes. Potentizes. It makes things more potent. It will. Only oil DMSO bonds to is castor oil. Yeah, my zucchini was kind of a failure. And usually I get a lot of zucchini, but we grew the zucchini in a container, did not like it. It was a big container too. Potentizes. Peppa Peach Stripies doing well. Nice. Grow it next to comfrey. I need to start growing more herbs, more wild stuff, herb stuff. I've got tons of plantain. My yard has tons of plantain. I have an elderberry. But all right, Brando, you take it easy. Yes, my bell pepper turned red, and I got 2 more red bell peppers. So I've gotten 3 red bell peppers from my red bell pepper plant so far. And last night we had a pizza night, and I chopped them up and put them on pizza. Your WL tincture? Yes, so Raised by Gypsies was right. The bell pepper did turn red. You know what, too? One of my green bell peppers sat on the green bell pepper plant for too long, and it has like half of it's red. Like it started turning color, too. So I don't know what's up with that. And then the banana peppers, they're like turning red and orange and stuff. It's like the longer you leave them on there, they just start turning colors. The jalapenos just get hotter and hotter. Pepper plants did pretty well. I did pretty okay with peppers this year. Got to use a lot of peppers. Double extraction. Yeah, they all start green, but then they turn colors. Because the red bell pepper was green for hella long, and I had to let it sit there and sit there and sit there until it turned red. I miss doing that stuff. Doing what stuff, Thunder Chicken? Making salves and tinctures and stuff. You have to let keep peppers separated. They cross-pollinate. Well, I didn't do that because I wasn't seed saving, so I just put them all next to each other in the containers. I don't know. It's just something that's on X. I watched it. It looks like it's on the salt flats or mud flats or something. I don't know. Do salt flats have the hexagonal cracking in the dirt? Oh yeah, they do. Salt flat has the hexagon shape going on too. Yep. That's what it is. Looky dar. Bonneville salt flats in Utah. Etosha Pan, Etosha National Park in Namibia is another prominent example of a salt pan. Hey, Bolivia holds 22% of the world's known lithium sources? What? Huh. Interesting. Hey, Tony, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. Calendula is all over my yard now. I truly make a salve with it, easier on the skin. If it's still slightly liquid, you can use Olivim 1000 and T50 Vite E to emulsify the wild lettuce into the oils. Have more blackberries? That's so cool. That's awesome that you guys make that stuff. Hey, Billingtano member for 38 months. I can't believe you guys haven't turned into the real bee. I forget how long. I don't know how long it takes for it to get that one, because, like, you know, the longer you're a member, the little icon changes, and the one when the highest level is the one that looks like a real bee. And I'm surprised nobody's got there yet. I wonder how long it takes. Guess we'll find out. Tincture for muscle spasms. It's got to be soon. I mean, it feels like it's been so long. Like, I'm like, how is it not already there? I forget what it is. Yes, I know you did. You the bomb, Billingtono. You the man. I appreciate you. Appreciate you being here every day. I appreciate you giving a shit. I appreciate it. You guys, it's very interesting what you're talking about with all your tinctures. Maybe we should have a tincture stream where we chit chat about all the cool stuff that you make and what you use it for. That would be good. We the strong. We out here. We out here. Showing up. So strong. We out here. I need to get some of my... Anyway. Bitches brew tinctures. Yeah, I know I did one bitches brew and I was going to try to do it again. Then I never did it again. Because life sucks. We should do that. Bitches brew tinctures. I think I remembered you. You did, Cammy. You guys were because you guys have the purple bee. So you guys have been there the longest. Because it starts with like a rainbow. It's the rainbow color. It was like red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. And then the final one is the bee. Is the real bee. What is lobelia? Okay, now I gotta look up because I've never even heard of this stuff. Hardy and tender from a variety of habitats and range of colors, many species appear totally dissimilar from each other. However, all have simple alternative leaves to tulip tubular flowers, each with 5 lobes. The upper 2 lobes may be erect, while the lower 3 lobes may be fanned out. Flowering is often abundant, and in the flower color intense. Oh, okay. That looks familiar. That's very pretty. Very pretty. Okay, so then you make an oil from this plant and then use it as a carrier oil. Wow, they really vary this much in appearance? Crazy. This looks totally different from the other ones I was just looking at. Oh, look at that molecule. Oh. Interesting. Why do they all look so different? Giant lobelias. Wow. Very interesting. Those are pretty. I want some. Thank you for calling Coffee Talk. You're on with Karen B.
Oh, you're putting in a session today. Did the old shows used to go a lot longer?
I don't know. It just depends, I guess.
I jump on and off, so I think it's great that you're still on. I wanted to tell you I saw Guns N' Roses twice this month, and they were so dope, and I didn't know and they play 3.5 hours, and you dance your ass off for 3.5 hours. It was great. Did
Really?
you ever get to see them back in the day? Yeah. Did you ever see them when you lived in Cali?
No, I don't think I ever got to see Guns N' Roses live. No.
Oh, they're really hot right now. They're peaking. Axl's great, and Slash is awesome. It was so good, but I don't know where they're headed next. But the tickets are expensive, but it's a great time. But yeah, it's like one big party. I had to keep dancing to keep my position in the crowd because people will walk like right in front of you. You know, like you're not even there. So
Yeah.
that's it. But I just wanted to see if you ever saw them before.
No.
All right.
No.
Well,
That's cool though.
yeah, well, they were
Awesome.
good.
Where did you
So,
see him play at?
I saw him at Hershey August 1st, and then Giant Stadium, MetLife Stadium, it's called, in New York, or East Rutherford, New Jersey.
Oh, cool.
And yeah, I did the pit this time. That was better. Yeah,
Nice.
the front row tickets are bullshit because you're so far away. The stage is really far away from the pit anyway. You don't. It's not like you could, you don't get to touch them or nothing. But it was fun nonetheless. So.
Right on.
Well,
That's
yeah,
cool.
I got a great workout in. Yeah. So, all right. Well, that's all. I just wanted to call you.
Nice.
All right, Karen. Thanks for having a great show.
All right. Thanks for calling.
I'll see you later.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
Lobelia inflata. Unremarkable appearance. Does it have one in here? Is that one in here? Nope. Traditional medicine. Here we go. Indian tobacco. The species most commonly in modern herbalism is Lobelia inflata. This one. It's got a cute little flower. 2 petals up, 3 down. Indian tobacco, huh? Why is it called Indian tobacco? Did the Indians smoke it? Or pukeweed? Indian tobacco or pukeweed is a species of lobelia native to eastern North America. Annual or biennial herbaceous plant growing 15 to 100 centimeters tall with stems covered in tiny hairs. Violet colored flowers. Respiratory aid, huh? Native Americans used it for respiratory and muscle disorders as a purgative and a ceremonial medicine. The leaves were chewed and smoked. The plant was used as a traditional medicinal plant by the Cherokee, Iroquois, Penobscot, and other indigenous peoples. Foliage was burned by the Cherokee as a natural insecticide to smoke out gnats. Oh, really? Now I want some of this stuff. I want some stuff now. Although it may be used medicinally, consuming lobelia causes adverse effects which may cause sweating, nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, tremors, rapid heartbeat, mental confusion, convulsions, hypothermia, coma, or possibly death. The root is toxic and can be fatal if eaten. How accurate is that? Is that accurate? Is that an accurate description? We have tons of plantain. We just let it grow. We give it to the chickens. The chickens love it. Love it. Great for seizures and asthma. One of the fastest acting herbs you'll find out there. Faster even than cannabis. Really? Wow. Thought the color was dependent. No, the color is how long you've been a member. So the longer you're a member, it changes. And everybody, when you first start, you're red. It goes up the color of the rainbow, like almost like the chakra. Starting at the root chakra is the red. and then all the way up to indigo, which is what you guys or violet, which is what you guys are at now. You and Cammy are a violet. And then after that, the top icon is when the bee looks like an actual bee. Water will kill you if you drink too much. Yes, Billingtano, that is a fact. That's why you only take it in drops. Okay. It will absolutely make you throw up in larger doses, but it will make you puke long before it reaches toxic enough levels to paralyze yourself. Ah, crazy. Yeah, man, these natural plants, you gotta watch it with these things. You gotta know what you're doing. You really gotta know what you're doing. It's fascinating, though. I love it. The earth provides, man. The earth provides, and it's awesome. You know, but this is why. This is why we have our alchemists, right? I mean, the same too for like pokeberry. Pokeberry's poisonous, but then there's people who will eat a pokeberry because it helps with certain things. It's supposed to help with like arthritis and whatnot. Herbs are powerful medicine. Yes, fact. I mean, and if you look at like Big Pharma, what did they do? They just tried to synthesize the compounds that they find in the herbal medicines so that they can do what? Patent it and make money off of it, because you can't patent a naturally biologically occurring life form such as a plant or an herb or a bacteria. That's why they synthesize, they copy it, they synthesize it, and then patent it, and then give it a brand name, and boom. That's it. All plants are edible, some only one time. Yeah, there's definitely something to that, like what stage the plant is in its life, whether you process it first or don't process it first. Like there's like a whole bunch of stuff. Elderberries have cyanide in them. Gotta boil them before you consume. Yes. Anyway. All right, you guys, it's almost 2:30. I think I'm going to wrap it up. I certainly do appreciate you guys being here. I've really been taking some consideration into how I'm going to what direction I'm going to take moving forward with my online activities. I don't want to stop completely, but I would definitely think it's time to change. It's sort of like actually all that talk with the eclipse and getting rid of the old and making room for something new actually resonates with me really well right now, because I feel like that's kind of what's been going down. It's kind of, but also but in like a very slow and painful way, just getting rid of the things, or getting out of a phase where whatever you're doing or whatever you're involved in isn't serving you anymore, and it's time to evolve and change and move on, move forward. So, I think that's what we're working towards here. So hopefully this eclipse portal will bring in some new fandangled, inspiration, energy, ideas, motivation. Not even so much ideas. Like I have a lot of ideas. I just need that motivation. That fire. I need that fire to be reignited. And hopefully that is what is coming soon. You know what I mean? Yeah, okay, you feel it too? Yay. cool with whatever you choose to do. Great time for a change. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, you guys. You know, we're not... Flat Earth ain't dead, I know that. But it's definitely changed form. And it's changed, it's splintered out into a few different directions. And that's cool with me, man. That's cool with me. So, you know, I guess we'll all find out where this is going together. And couldn't think of a better group of people to be around during this time. So thanks everybody once again for being here. And have a wonderful rest of your day. And I will be seeing y'all very soon. Cheers.
The Earth, but I'm not spinning at all. Hi, Haley. I'm spinning at 120 miles per hour. How about you, Zach? I am spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, but I don't feel it. Oh, fuck.